now the stream can actually begin. So today, I don't know how many of you are around. I don't have any indication actually, but I am doing some exploration. Tonight, I will be doing something that I started literally yesterday, late afternoon, yesterday evening. I spent already 4, 5, 6 hours. I finished at like midnight and then I had to stop because I was like, oh, there's just so much to do for this. And the goal for tonight is gonna be finding some features that are fairly well known. They are called mud volcanoes. And there's a bunch of these in northern Italy, among other places in the world. And they aren't really that special. However, I was just chatting with some colleagues, one in particular, who has been looking at these springs in the Arctic, in the Canadian Arctic, for astrobiology purposes. And she is studying how water springs that are sometimes associated with release of hydrocarbons, or springs that are, for example, associated with some other geological process. Sometimes they are salty springs, sometimes they are not, sometimes they are hot, sometimes they are cold. How they can be colonized, or they can serve as an habitat for life forms outside of planet Earth. So we are in the realm of astrobiology, where it's literally biology, and astro kind of implies astronomy, is just intersection of planetary science and biology in particular. So life outside of Earth, and potential habitats, potential places where this life is found. I'm very new to this. I have a project that involves astrobiology for a slightly different case. In that project, I'm looking at glaciers. But then, as I was chatting with this colleague, I learned that mud volcanoes can be interesting. And guess what? I know of, or at least I knew of, one mud volcano very close to my house back in Italy, where I grew up. And this mud volcano is fairly well known. It has quite a bit of history, especially folklore. So, like, telltale history, like the type of stories that a parent would tell their child back in antiquity. And the fun part about this is that as I started to dig up a bit, I found that there are a lot more. And in fact, I was just chatting with my parents. Usually I call my parents every Sunday. And she tells me, oh, actually, I know of one right next to our house. And I'm like, what? Turns out there is not really a mud volcano, but something like that. Like, incredibly close to where I used to live. Like, it's not right next, it's a few kilometers away, but it's so close. And to think that even when I was in Italy, still in Italy, there was something like that so close that, at the time, even if I knew, I would have probably said, oh, well, that's cool, but that's it, right? There's nicer mud volcanoes. the thing though is that I don't know. I was now knowing that these features might be much more important than what I ever thought. Probably what the vast majority even of scientists think they are. It's kind of mind blowing. It's incredible. And so I'm going on an exploration. This exploration will be reading historical documents, old maps, going like doing literature, scientific literature research, combining all these data sets, and then, as you can see right here, Google Earth. So using tools that anyone can use. And I was like, oh, I'm probably just gonna do it by myself. But then I thought, well, this is something that would be great to share, because literally anyone can do this. So you get to see the full process. All right, need some water, but now we can begin. I apologize if by moving my microphone I cause any noises, so let me mute it for a second. All right, now it should work better. You probably are gonna be hearing me a little bit better. Okay, here we go. So, where to begin? There's a lot. There's really a lot. Perhaps a little bit of an introduction is in order. Let's go with this map right here. There we go. Oh, actually, this is perfect. Nice. Okay. I think everyone should be back, but not 100% sure. On one screen I can see ads, on the other one I don't. I'm gonna wait a few more seconds. Now everyone should be back. So, let's start again. We were talking about mud volcanoes, right? So there are a bunch of mud volcanoes in northern Italy. So let's zoom out here and show you where I am. This is northern Italy, right here. And specifically in this region, Emilia Romagna, it's a region I come from. And there's this very interesting poster that has this map that I like quite a bit, because they talk about, in this poster, mountain volcanoes in northern Italy and how they occur, what's their history in some cases, and then they tend to focus on a couple of them, two of the most important ones. And so here I am in this quest to find them again. In this particular map, what they are showing in with colors and these diamonds, these kind of squares, are the locations, at least the reported locations. Some names, as you can see, not all of them have names, and some colors that range from dark green to dark red, going through yellows and oranges. These colors mean how well documented, how accurate is the documentation regarding some of these. So some of these mud volcanoes, such as Salsa di Nerano, are very famous. There's a natural preserve there, so tourists literally go there, and so it's a dark green. For some reason, they have some lighter green here for Salse di Montegibbio, which is reported twice. I don't know why it is reported twice, probably an error. It should also be dark green because these are well known. Especially I think the one that is right here. We'll see that it had quite a troubled history, like literally exploding. Some others we won't care too much about because they are a little bit too far away. And then I'm on a quest to check out these others. What is this thing? Oh. Oh. So, here I am on this quest, not only to find these mud volcanoes. As you can see, a bunch of these are red, which means like likely inaccurate documentation. These may not exist at all. There's also another paper that I'm following, which is, it's not this one. Maybe this one. Yes. So this paper right here, unfortunately, the image is potato quality. I couldn't find a higher quality PDF. This is the only thing I could find. So sometimes it's a literature research quest. Uh, just an FYI, some parts of the stream are inevitably gonna be in Italian because a lot of this documentation is only in Italian. I can translate, but basically, I don't know if you can see them, but there's a bunch of tiny little dots that are black, light blue, cyan, red. These are all either mud volcanoes or manifestations like springs, where there's oil in black, gas in blue, and gas and oil in red. Some of these are historically known, others are associated with drilling that they did in the past. It's very hard to tell. There's also a square symbol, which is a thermal spring. This is a little bit of a mess, and unfortunately low quality. So I'm also trying eventually to find a lot of these sites. I'll tell you right away, I won't finish this search today. It will probably take several days to do, and I will mostly do it at night, in the evenings, and on weekends. So I'll try to stream as much as I can. Some of these mud volcanoes, such as this one, this is Salse di Nerano, the touristy one. Yeah, they're very well documented. They are literally tiny miniature volcanoes that erupt mud. In some cases, you can see a dark oil slick. There's literally oil coming out of these things. And in some cases, these like Montegibbio is right here. Is this place right here? We need to wait for this to load. It's a tiny little thing, barely visible. If one goes in with Google, oh, there's not even Google Street View. Where's the closest one? I have no idea. But Monte Gibbio is now very tiny. I'll probably look for some pictures around for some other springs. Like, for example, this one is suspicious. This one is very suspicious. Because these are Kalanki Badlands. But this one... Let's create a waypoint here. Okay. So this location, Monte Gibbio, doesn't seem like much, but it was literally reported by Plinius. Like, I'm talking about 2,000 years ago. There is a report in Latin. Here. This is the Wikipedia article. It's probably only in Italian. Yeah. But yeah, unfortunately, again, a lot of the documentation is only in Italian because these are extremely local features. Like Plinius in his Historia Naturalis. This is in this was written in I don't know, like 2,000 years ago. This is like an eruption that happened in 91 BC. So 2,100 plus years ago. He was describing this thing, and he could see these enormous eruption from very far away, and houses were destroyed. It was literally a huge mud volcano explosion. Probably a lot of release of pressurized water, but also gases like CO2 and methane. There are probably the closest example to this is let's see if I can find it. There was a very mysterious thing that occurred many years ago in Siberia, I'm pretty sure. It's hard to see though. It's hard to find. Not seeing. Let's see. There it is. This is it. But I remember there was another one. Yeah, like this one. This one too. And there's something in between this guy right here, this crater here, which is not really a crater, it's like kind of a mound. This is clearly some constructive process, but there are other ones like these ones. These are caused by, and they are huge. These are caused by gas explosions, gas releases from the subsurface. Slightly different scenario. In this case, it's permafrost related, most likely. They occur in icy places too. They can be really beautiful. Yeah, like this one, for example. So imagine something like this, probably even bigger, happening in northern Italy 2,000 years ago. Apparently, I was reading here, there was an eruption in 91 BC. This is apparently associated with an earthquake. So this is in Italian. So an earthquake in the province of Modena. Modena is this is the territory of Modena. In 91 BC was a seismic event, happened in whatever, same thing. This is the most ancient earthquake of this plains region in northern Italy that is documented. And Plinius the Elder described it in Naturalis Historiae in Latin. And someone else, this Strabo, in English probably, described an earthquake. And so yeah, he talks about these earthquakes, but then he also talks about this eruption, this event that was clearly not is that a sand wormhole? IFJK. Not quite. So it's probably could be an inspiration or that kind of stuff. And this eruption must have been enormous. And yesterday night, I was looking at a paper that talks about it, and likely it was associated with this Salse di Monte Gibbio. And here in this horrible map, there's this geologic map that I need to try and find. This is potato quality, unfortunately. It's the best, it's the only version I could ever find. This thing is in a crater. Literally, the topography of this place is a little bit of a crater. It's kind of hard to see. Let me see if I can tilt the view a little bit. Yeah. I don't know if it's easily apparent. Maybe I should increase the vertical exaggeration here. Let's triple that. Oops, maybe too much. Yeah, maybe a little bit too much, but I don't know if you can tell, but there's these hills, and this whole area has a tiny little bit of a crater shape, of a bowl shape. And it is thought that in part this is due to the fact that there has been these gigantic, enormous mud volcano eruptions. Like, for example, this thing. This thing is could be a landslide. It has the shape of a landslide with these kind of terraces. Sometimes landslides do that. Hey Astro, how are you? So they could just be simple eruptions, but the local morphology is a little bit suspicious. And so it could be due to these gigantic eruptions, but The eruption, while so interesting from a historical point of view, um, it's actually not the biggest deal, because these things could have an astrobiological importance. So again, I was chatting with this colleague of mine a few days ago, and last time was yesterday, and she's interested in doing some sampling at these mud volcanoes. And now my task is actually find them. And just as of 2 hours ago, literally, I learned, actually less than that, I learned that there is one just a few kilometers from my old house in Italy. And it's very hard to see. It's right here. There are some lakes, some artificial lakes. You can kind of see that there's a tiny little clear patch here. This is probably one tiny, it's not a volcano per se, there is no cone, but a tiny little spring of muddy water that is flowing here in this field. This is something else. This is like a drainage channel leading to some trees, a tree patch. And in this image, there is nothing. But if we go back in time, which is a huge advantage of Google Earth, for example, here we see there's nothing anywhere. But if we move around a tiny little bit, there we go. So this is, man, this is impossible to read. March 2012. I was still in Italy. The water is heated? No, these are cold water springs, and I'm gonna be tell you about that a little bit more. And in fact, it's part of my quest. So this water was there, likely erupting in these two tiny little places. You can see that there's a tiny little patch here. This is March 2012. In March 2012, I was at home. I was literally here somewhere. I'm not gonna dox myself too much. I mean, I don't live there anymore, but still. It was literally there, like a kilometer and a half away. I could have walked there, and I didn't know they existed. So here there's a tiny little trace. So these have been existing at least until since March 2012. There are no prior images at high enough resolution. I remember that there was some Google imagery back in like 2006, 2007, because I remember that was the first time I discovered Google Earth, and that there was high resolution images of my house. It was so cool, like, oh, mind blowing, like I can see my house from space. But they are not available anymore for some reason, so I'll need to dig up some historical data if I can. So let's move forward in time. As you can see, this is being worked, tilled by farmers, but there it is again. So there's a tiny little bit of a mud manifestation there, gone again. But then there's a little bit. This one disappeared, so not active in 2020. And then in 2022, when my mom discovered it, she discovered it because she said, oh, I saw that on the flank of this hill, there was no grass growing, which is a great observation. Like, she's not a geologist. And this one was not so active anymore, but this was particularly active. No cone. She never saw a cone. And then again in 23, both active. Then it was tilled again, but there's a little bit of activity at both places. And this was in June 25, so less than a year ago. and I'm going back in May. I'm definitely gonna go here. And so I gave my mom this task of finding more of these things. Like just ask around, because some people know about these things, and find as much as she can. There's other things. This is part of the artificial lake, so it's not a crater or anything. Let's see, maybe we can find something. Yeah, there you go. Sometimes the lake drains a little bit. Yeah, so there's this thing. This is how, I think, how they recharge or discharge the lake. There is a similar thing in this lake right here. Not visible. Maybe. I did see it 1 year. In fact, you know, guys, this more personal level. What I think is my oldest memory. So I was a young kid. I reconstructed, thanks to, you know, historical dates. I reconstructed the time. I must have been 3 years old. My parents, I have this image, literally it's just an image in my mind, but it's a pretty clear image of being with my parents right here. I think it was right here somewhere in this location. There's a berm. I don't think there's no Google Street View. And this berm between the two lakes, and there used to be this giant pump. It was a diesel pump with these huge pipes pumping water from one lake to the other. It was not active at the time, but my parents took me there, and based on when the lakes were excavated, then I was able to reconstruct that I was 3 years old. And that is likely my oldest memory ever. I don't have any other memory of being particularly young. So it's kind of ironic now that I keep getting back here to my place of origin. It's kind of curious where things take you sometimes. So I need to find these things, and let me tell you, let's see if I can show you something about this. What is this? Oh, this is Salse di Nirano. So there's structural geology investigations here. This is what happens. Essentially, this whole region in Italy is very complex geologically. Let's see if I can find something. I wonder if there are any Italians in chat. Probably not, because it's late night. But if there are any, I have something funny to tell you. Is it this one, maybe? Where basically, unless you live in very particular places. Oh no, I don't want a sophisticated viewer. I just want a map. Just an image. This could be a good image. Yeah, I like it. Oh. Is this like a paid? No, okay. Yeah. So this is a geologic map of Italy. And I'm gonna zoom in a little bit. Italy geologically is extremely complicated because it's at the convergence of two plates, the African plate and the European plate, the Eurasian plate, really, where the two continents are literally colliding. But in the middle of all of this, there used to be a subduction, an ancient ocean, which is very important for our quest. But there's also extension, and then there's again compression, and something kind of funny. So in Italy, especially in the last couple of decades, this kind of ties back a tiny little bit into politics. I'll keep it brief though. There has been this far-right xenophobic party, which is called Lega Nord, where they are xenophobic, right? They are racist, xenophobics. And it's called Lega North, the North League, because they believe like northern Italy is best than the rest of Italy, of course, right? They are just a bunch of idiots. And the funny thing is that unless you live where all these red and purple colors occur, so right in the mountains where probably no one lives there because it's a bunch of ice, very high mountain, or you live in Sardinia, or you live in Sicily, which are some of the places these people hate the most, you're actually in Africa, geologically speaking, because all these terrains are the African plate, or better, a microplate related to the African plate that is colliding with Europe. And actually only these purple terrains here are part of the European plate. In particular, Sardinia, Calabria, and part of Sicilia have been dislodged, transported away when the Mediterranean Sea and part of the Mediterranean Sea opened. So technically speaking, the vast majority of Italians are in Africa, which is kind of funny. Anyway, in all these complex geologic compression, collision, extension, etc., what you end up forming is a bunch of mountains, but also before the actual two continents collide, there used to be an ocean called Ocean Tethys, named after the nymph that comes up in the Iliad, for example. So this is Greek mythology. And this ocean subducted, it's not existent anymore. We don't see it anymore. There may be traces left over in the Ionian Sea and in the Aegean Sea, so near Greece. But a lot of the materials of these oceans are still preserved in parts of Italy, and these are largely muds, like the mud that you would find in the abyssal plains of an ocean. And like where I used to grow up in Italy, it's full of those materials. And what happens when you mix up, compress all this mud and some ocean water? It's a huge mess, first of all. Structurally, stratigraphically, like you cannot recognize anything. It's all mixed up so much that all the structures, everything is destroyed. Again, it's a bunch of mud. So I think I have some images maybe to show you, just to give you an idea what I'm dealing with here. So this is something else. This is another unit, much more recent, I think. This is the river next to my house. These are just some ice crystal patterns. So this is the material I'm talking about. It's extremely fractured, tectonized, and in this case, it's actually the limestone, the marl that is contained within this mud. There's much of mud, you can see it here, that is mixed with these rocks. This is the ocean floor of the ocean, that of the ocean Tethys, that is now in the outcrops at the surface. And in some locations, you can still see what we call bioturbation. These are animals that used to live in the abyssal plains, eating mud, literally, and carving out these paths. So this is not a fossil, this is a fossil trace. This happened, I think, 80, 90 million years ago, so Cretaceous. Some of the oldest rocks in the region. This is a trace of, I don't know what kind of animal left this. But this animal was eating mud and wandering around. There's another place, yeah, another rock showing some traces here. But it's all incredibly fractured. You can see it here. It's all mangled up. And then there's other stuff. I won't get into that. But you can kind of see it here. Look how jagged, how compressed this deformed this rock is. There's calcite veins, sometimes chert veins. Like for example, this is chert, most likely. Chert veins. Anyway, what happens in all this mix-up and compression is that this mud gets compressed along with sometimes a little bit of water, often salt water, because it was at the bottom of an ocean. And in some cases, it can be released through the surface. And when it does that, it forms mud volcanoes, which is what I am looking for. So there's mud everywhere. There's a bunch of mud volcanoes everywhere. They tend to be ephemeral. They only occur every once in a while. So it's particularly hard in some cases to find them. Usually it's only easy to find the big ones, the ones that have existed for a long time. For a lot of these, the only thing we have is historical records. And so I find myself reading not just a bunch of papers like this one, but reading these historical documents. For example, this thing. I think this is it. This is in Italian. This was written probably in the early 1900s. This guy describes when, I'm gonna translate because this is in Italian. In the October of 1897, after learning from Professor Luigi Tozzoli from Imola of the existence of a new bollitore. Bollitore means it's a popular word. In this case, it's the mud volcano, actually. Bollire means to boil. So in this case, it's like a boiler, but not a water heater. Something like a body of water that boils. It's actually not hot. It just has bubbles. It's like perhaps a better term is it's bubbler. It's a bubbler pond. Along the river, the river bed of Selustra. Selustra is a river, a creek, really. I wanted to learn more information about this thing. And so he starts describing how he was hiking in these hills. And it's so good. It's like it tells you, it gives you elevation information. It tells you names of roads. It's some kind of memoir this guy wandering around and finding these mud volcanoes. And in some cases, he talks about these things. He talks about how this word bollitore comes from buldur, which kind of sounds like something out of Lord of the Rings. It's just the local dialect. And then he draws maps. And so yesterday night I was trying to find this location right here, which I'm pretty sure now is in here, right here, because from old maps, this house or this area is called La Campagnola, which he describes here. He says that here there's a viale per la Campagnola, which means a how do I translate viale? Viale is a road with trees. It's like boulevard. It's a boulevard for this Campagnola, which I think was probably a road that existed here. This is the creek. You cannot see it. It's a bunch of trees. And then there used to be clearly an ancient road that probably doesn't exist anymore. Maybe this road here that is now just a crop. But roads changed over time. Again, this is over a century old. He describes that probably around here in the creek there used to be one mud volcano. And the only thing I could find at this location is is this thing. I think this is just a dump of cut tree branches, that kind of stuff. But there is something in there. And see, sometimes this is kind of bright in winter. It could be ashes if these farmers are just putting a bunch of dead branches there and maybe lighting up a bonfire, which happens. That could be the thing, what is happening. But yeah, see how much white stuff? This could be a bunch of ashes. It kind of looks like a bunch of ashes. But it could also be the mud volcano. So you have this Campagnola question mark, because that may be a mud volcano. And then he describes another one right here in this map. This is a bit puzzling because he talks about an almost 90-degree turn in the river. So the thing is that the riverbed may have changed a tiny little bit. This is kind of a narrow valley, so I don't think the riverbed changed too much, but it could have. And he describes these things, which I think are here. Wait, yeah. Potentially right here, in the middle of these trees. Unfortunately, it's kind of hard to tell. He mentions a house, which I think is this house right here, or maybe this house right here, one of the two. He mentions another house, which is this thing here, and it's called casetto, which means literally tiny house, in a male form. It's because small house, tiny house in Italian would be casetta, not casetto, but casetto is also used. But he's not showing it, and he shows a river here. Casetto is this house right here. Or maybe he mentioned this thing. But the thing is that, where is the 90-degree turn? Maybe it is this turn right here, the river. It is almost 90-degree, but there is one here too. So that is a little bit puzzling. There's other turns right here. So I don't know. I'll have to do some investigation. I also told my mom to investigate. This is also a little bit puzzling. This clear stuff, but I think these are animal tracks. These farmers have sheep and cows, sometimes other animals, and I can see a fence in here, so there may be cattle. So that may be due to cattle walking around. Yeah, I think I see. Yeah, I think these are 2 cows or something like that. It's kind of hard to tell. But it's very consistent. These are clearly animal tracks. So I'm willing to bet these are just cattle traces. Because the thing is that if it's on a private property, it's not like the US where they are gonna shoot you. Well, some places maybe they are gonna shoot you, even in Italy. But if you ask politely, they will let you in, especially if you tell them, hey, this is a kind of a rare phenomenon, some rare something. But there's also this stuff. These are badlands. They're very common in this region. But for example, this area right here is a little bit suspicious. It may be badlands. There's a drainage channel that I can recognize here. But in certain years, it's strange. Yeah, look at this. This is a shadow, so this is a depression. Why would there be a depression in a drainage channel? If this is a drainage channel, the mud would flow, would accumulate. Why is there a depression? This is a little bit suspicious. So I have some hiking to do up here. This looks much steeper than it really is because I have vertical exaggeration. So let's go to 1. Can you look from the street view? I tried. Fortunately, this is the road. There is a bunch of trees everywhere. So the best bet is probably something like this. That's a good idea. But unfortunately, this is the view. This is the best I can see. There's absolutely nothing to see here. But yeah. Yeah, it's all like this. One option that I haven't tried is to look at Google Maps specifically. So let's go back to Italy. Right here. Casetto. This is the potentially the location. This is the other location right here. So what I can do is probably come here, and sometimes Google Street View from web as historical Street View images. Seymour Day. Yeah, there we go. No. Yeah. This is in October. Unfortunately, what is gonna happen is that there's going to be advertisements again, because now Twitch thinks that I'm starting a new stream. This is the second time it happens today, and I've seen other streams crashing a few times. Like a stream yesterday, uh, another the other day. It has to be something, probably. So sorry about that. I'll have to go through the ads, so I'm gonna take the usual kind of 3 minutes break. So yeah, I'm gonna go in break mode. I'll let everyone kind of refresh and check back. All right. Uh, Sorry again for these crashes. I don't know what it is. It has to be some kind of, I don't know, issue, probably with OBS. Because again, I've been seeing a bunch of people crashing in the last few days, actually. And so I don't know what it is about. I closed a bunch of stuff that I didn't need. Let me close a few more things, just in case. Why is this coming back? What the heck? Yeah. So, okay. So I was saying, yeah, unfortunately, yeah, it looks like even past or different dates from Google Street View are not going to help. Just too much vegetation, so I'll just have to walk around. So now let's get into the actual search. At some point I'll have to suspend it, you know, have dinner and everything. But I'm gonna come back tonight. I'm gonna spend several hours today to do this. So feel free to come and go. It's gonna be a slow process. I'm gonna try explain as much as I can. It's a good exercise for me, not only for, you know, do a little bit of science outreach, show everyone what this kind of work is about, but it's good practice for me because there is a chance that when I go back to Italy and I will have to, you know, interact with local people there, I have to explain what I'm talking about, and the more I practice beforehand, the better it is. And feel free to ask questions about local geology. There's these absolutely gorgeous badlands. This is kind of a famous place. A pope was born here, actually. Honorio II. Honorio II. He was born apparently right here in this castle. And there used to be a church here. There's some really gorgeous places. Like there's still the bell tower reconstructed 2 times. There's these gorgeous badlands, which are these ones. Yeah, absolutely gorgeous places. Look at this. Wonderful. And so the mud that makes some of these badlands is the mud that is coming out of the mud of the volcanoes that I'm looking for. So it's like it's all connected, really. All the You're playing Elite? Oh, great. I've been suspending Elite a little bit lately because I was going a little bit into saturation mode. I played, I think, a little bit too much because I haven't played much during the winter break and for a month or two, and so I wanted to catch up with Distant Wars 3 and all that kind of stuff, but I think I did a little bit too much, so I want to slow down, and now I'm really captured by this project, among other things. So anyway, I already found these. I need to find again the location of a mud volcano that it's fairly well known, is one of the best known ones, which is, let's get the map out again. It's this mud volcano right here, Salsa del Dragone. If Dragone sounds like dragon, it's because it is. Dragone means literally dragon in Italian. And it's named like that for at least 2 potential different reasons. First is that all these gas bubbles sometimes kind of sound like a gurgling. I don't know if that word exists in English. I may be inventing it. Dragon. So just a dragon breathing. The other is a more folklore story where there used to be a dragon in this region. This has been documented at least until the 1700s, probably much earlier. So the mud volcano was already active back then. And basically this priest captured the dragon and threw it down a pit in the ground. And so the mud volcano is nothing but the dragon still trapped in the ground and breathing sometimes. Oh, I'm so sorry. Hit my microphone. The dragon still breathing and emanating mud. So for example, this stuff is most likely just a landslide. It really looks like a landslide right here in these Badlands. So it's tough sometimes to recognize things. This is kind of a small water park, resort, vacation center, very famous. There may be a natural spring of some sort here. I need to investigate. This is most likely an artificial lake, but there's things like this that are a little bit suspicious. This is an old house. That's kind of neat. There's a lot of history, like another abandoned house right there. But there may be mud volcanoes here. I don't know though. Yeah, not seeing much. That's another landslide right here. Kind of classic landslide. Yeah. So basically my task is just go around a bunch. Like this thing. That thing right here is a little bit strange. So this is an image from 2003. Come on. Why don't I have this image? So this is the very first image that was taken of my, my childhood place. Now I lost it. Crap. Where was it? I need to go back. Okay. So I was looking at the mudslide here, but different here, this year. And I was up here, I think. No? Maybe not. Was this a different image? Different year? This is kind of a good year for images. The image quality is good, the shadows are good. Where was this taken? Late September. So how do we find mud volcanoes on other planets? It's kind of the other way around, actually. We find the things and we think they are mud volcanoes. How do I show you? What is the best way to show you? Let's do this. JMars. Oh, I didn't think about JMars for Earth. I may need to do some investigations here. Thanks for that question. Not only was a really good question, but it brought up something. that I can do. But I wanted to check again. Crap, where was that thing? Haha, lost it forever. I'll find it again. I'll look at these places many times. Okay, so this was the mudslide. I thought it was around here. Oh well. So now that it started, it takes a while sometimes to load. This is a software called JMars. It's free. Um, oh dear. So the green light from the screen is making me look like like a demon, actually. That's so funny. Let me turn on the light. There we go. Oh, so yellow. Why do I look so yellow? Oh, is it because of this? No. Oh, I know why. Uh, whoops. Let me change it. It's because the colors. No? So yellow. Okay. Kind of looks like I'm sick. Don't know why. Anyway, don't know why it's so yellowish. Anyway, so this is a free software. No, don't crash, please. No, come on, don't crash. I've already had enough crashes today. Actually, let me completely remove some of this stuff. It's absolutely useless. Yeah. Okay, so this is a free software. And by default, you have Mars, but actually, despite the name JMars, it was called JMars initially because it was Java based and about Mars. But this is used to explore data sets all over the solar system. So under body, you can select all the bodies, and you have even Earth. So I want to look at Earth because there is a chance I'm gonna find some imagery that is not available anywhere else. So anyway, in the past, I studied this region, which is in a place called Utopia Planitia, these plains right here. And there's these outflow channels. And the interesting thing is that there's some cones, like pitted cones, that look like very large mud volcanoes. And so it's not so much how do we find mud volcanoes on other planets, is the question is this feature that I'm gonna show you, if I can find a good example, evidence of mud volcanism on other planets? So let me show you here this terrain. I'll have to zoom in a lot. And now I need to find some good examples. Oh, I know where to find them here. I was looking at the wrong area. This is a gorgeous place, by the way. Look at this stuff. This looks like a river, except that look at the scale bar. This thing is huge. There's pretty much nothing like this on Earth. These things. Those things are mud volcanoes. So I should turn off this thing. Turn on daytime temperature. So this is infrared imagery, actually. These things are most likely chains of mud volcanoes. Now, to see them properly, I need to do this. Sometimes navigating data is a little bit difficult, especially if you're not familiar with it. So there's kind of a learning curve to this software, but it's very, very powerful. So now this is visible imagery taken roughly in the red channel. See these things? Those things are what I think likely, what many people think likely are chains of mud volcanoes. Due in this case, not to tectonics, but rapid sedimentation in an aqueous environment, potentially due to a tsunami. So there used to be a northern ocean and an impact occurred in the ocean and caused these gigantic tsunamis that washed up a bunch of water and sediments in here. And these sediments compacted very rapidly, trapped a bunch of water, and the water was expelled in the form of mud volcanoes. I have to wait a little bit because I'm seeing it's very slow at loading, and I don't want to make the software crash, but want to show here. So we'll wait a few seconds for the imagery to load. Because I know that if I task this software too much, sometimes it's no, it's just expelled due to pressure. So imagine a bunch of muddy water that accumulates in one place very quickly. Then a bunch of water washes out, but then you have these very liquid sediments. It's basically a very liquid mud, very runny, that starts to compact due to gravity, right? Self-compaction. And in this compaction, inevitably, a bunch of the water will come out, but a bunch of it will be trapped between all the mud particles. And so they can create pockets of water. And eventually, if it keeps compacting, it will find a crack, it will find a path to come out. And when this water comes out, it carries a little bit of mud with it. So you can start to see that those kind of linear ridges that we were seeing earlier are actually a chains of these pitted cones. Unfortunately, have been eroded, covered by dust a bunch. These ones here are a little bit more clear, so I'm gonna zoom in on these. Not to be confused with impact craters. There's also impact craters in here. But yeah, let's look at these things right there. These are good. I mean, not the best ever. Come on, okay. I want to skip a few loadings, but I have to be careful. In the meantime, while this loads, I'm just gonna look at a few papers that I can show you. Maybe I zoomed in a little bit too much, actually. It's kind of harder to see now. It's a good paper. Yeah. Yeah, this is a pretty good paper. Not many images, though. Let me see if I can find a good paper. This is not a good paper. In that regard, yeah, because sometimes, after I look at these things so much, it's kind of obvious to me, but it's not gonna be obvious to you. I need to find a good paper that shows these things. So these features right here that kind of look like impact craters, they are actually not impact craters. They are pitted cones, so a cone with a pit on top. We use these terms to avoid putting an interpretation into the term. So we are just describing them as pitted cones. These are the crappy version of these features right here. Mainly, there's one figure right here. Let's zoom in a bunch. That thing. All right, I'm back. Hopefully. So sorry about all these crashes. I honestly don't know what it is. Hopefully, I had to restart the whole computer. Everything was black here. Big crash. Sorry again. I know this is very testing and tasking of you viewers. I apologize. I if I knew what this is due to, I would fix it, of course. Yeah, I'll have to investigate. Maybe there is an update that I can roll back or a new update that fixes things. So, Google Earth. I needed to bring back so many things. Okay. A bunch of literature. Let's open only a few things. So I need the poster. Yeah, we're back. Awesome. Thank you so much for your patience. So bringing back this poster with this map. I'll need it. I'll keep it on the screen, on my lateral screen. You don't need to see all of this stuff. It's not that important. So I was showing also mud volcanoes. I don't want to reopen that thing just in case. In fact, let me close everything here. But yes, there are these cones, these pitted cones that, especially of Mars, potentially other planets that we think are due to mud volcanism. There are a few other explanations, but mud volcanism seems to be a very convincing explanation. Sometimes I check these images on Google Earth because you never know. For example, I discovered one of the mud volcanoes by pure chance by looking at one of these waypoints. So let's go back actually to one of the mud volcanoes that I was looking for. It's a very well-known one. So this is 2018. I kind of like this imagery, but not the best. This one is a little bit better. In the meantime, I'll try to see if I can find any other potential mud volcanoes, but yeah, so the mud volcano is up this road here, and then right here. There it is. This is a kind of an important one. You can see all the mud flow. This was in 2020, a lot of mud flowing down. Actually, in the past, it formed this very big mud flow here, kind of landslide. Many, many pictures. This is a panorama. You can kind of see the cone. That's the volcano right there. Um, yep, that's one here. But we don't really have to look at these images. I want to put a pin on this though. And I realized that I don't have the last pin I put. So yeah, so this one is for sure this Dragone and Sassuno one, which in this map is reported as, they are reported as two different places. Salsa di Sassuno, Salsa del Dragone. Dragone is in the right place, Sassuno is not. So I think that either these guys were going off a report here of Salsa di Sassuno being here, but in fact they are here. Salsa di Sassuno, Salsa del Dragone are the same exact thing, is this thing right here. There's historical documents using both names for these. Or this is a different place. So I'll need to investigate this thing. I'll need to investigate this thing. I'll need to investigate this one and potentially a few of these because yeah, we'll get to these. I want to show you some pictures because I've been here multiple times. And in fact, I have a now a folder where I'm gonna be putting pictures. And so I want to start accumulating all kinds of documentation, not just literature. Dragone, Sassuno. Here we go. And then some pictures. Mm, let me show you some pictures in general. I don't even know if it's here. Well, actually, I don't have to do this. These are some pictures that I took over the years. This was in 2015 during a storm, very eerie lighting. Don't even know which. This must have been taken with a phone. The picture quality is potato, but the sky was this color. I've seen this kind of color only 2-3 times in my life. This place is actually not very far from the mud volcanoes I was showing you earlier at the beginning of the stream. Yeah, so those mud volcanoes are here in this field, approximately probably down here behind this house. This abandoned, it's not a house actually, it's like a barn, really. They must have been there. My mom saw them there. This is the view from my house, actually, in Italy. This is the view from that place, that castle place where the Pope was born. Those are the Badlands, rainbows. I don't know where this was taken. When, especially. These are the pictures taken over the years. Um, let's see. I need to stitch this into panorama. This is what I was doing. When I do this thing, there's multiple pictures, one next to each other, is because I wanted to stitch a panorama together. You can see all this smog. This is all pollution. Right there, you can see the edge. This clean atmosphere, smog. Kind of a classy, and you can see the haze getting into the valley too. The mud volcano is back here behind this hill. So as you can see, there's a bunch of these badlands. The local geology is all related to that. Yeah, look at this thing. It's absolutely beautiful. Hmm. Oh, no, no. Back at the same location. I know what I was photographing here, so yeah. Same places all over again. Mm, what is this? What is this place? Why did I take a picture of this? Was I trying to picture something? I don't know. Who knows why I took that picture? Trying to see. So this is the valley. You know what? Um, I think, not entirely sure. This house maybe. Let's go back. Yeah, I mean, you literally grow up in this thing. It's inevitable. So that house is, I think, this house. Because this lake, let's put these things next to each other. This lake with the house next to it is this lake with the house next to it. Let's turn this thing around. Just trying to see if I can see anything. Wait. No? Yes. Oh, yes, 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 yes. Yes. So I'm viewing from here. So sorry. Everything was confusing. So that house right there is this house, right? Yep. So the mud volcano will be behind there. The one you described historically, which is this Rifiano, and it's named after one of these houses. It may be this house right here, or this house, one of these two. Yep. Yep. So let's go forward. Trying to see. Oh yeah, what is this? Oh, a root. This is a root, I think. Okay, Um, huh? Sheeps. See, these are all sheeps. I have no idea where this is though. And this is the last image of that album. So no, no, not volcanoes in here. No mud volcanoes here. There we go. I didn't remember that I literally have an album of this thing. So this is back here. These are these dragon mud volcanoes. Uh, Sometimes, usually there is only one, and you can kind of tell from satellite imagery. Other times there is more than one cone. Yeah, here there was one. Ooh, look at this. Oh, but this is kind of eroded. But this must have been quite a lot of activity in 22. So 4 years ago. Oh, look at that, 24. That's a lot of activity too. And there's a paper about this, actually, that I need to check because there may be another vent here. So I don't know if FJK is still around. This wouldn't be too far from a water vent in Elite Dangerous. So this is, yeah, this is one of the volcanoes. You can kind of see the mound. You can kind of see that it's sometimes oily on the surface. I tasted it. The water is slightly salty, not very salty. It's not really marine water. It's more like saltier than salted pasta, like salted pasta water, but not much saltier. And the mud actually tends to separate, like with water on top and denser mud at the bottom. You can kind of see it here. But when it erupts, it's mixed. It's fully mixed. But the two separate out pretty quick. And sometimes you can totally taste the oil. It tastes like petroleum. And you can see here it was very slow activity, but there was a little bit of a cone. Other pictures, of course. While I was, I think, hiking around in the area. I don't even remember why. Like where I was going. So this is another time because this looks wetter and definitely more active at that time. More active here. There's my geologist hammer for scale. And it's not just mud. There's clearly some silt, some sand, some small clasts, because there are rocks within this geologic unit. And something I'm really curious to discover is if this mud is just the uppermost geologic unit. So basically water being expelled from a deep pocket, and it just carried some mud along its path. So it's mostly grabbing stuff along its path. Or if there is a bunch of mud from the underneath. Because this could be very ancient water. This mud could be 80, 90 million years old, which is interesting. This is a video of it. Yeah. A bubble every once in a while. Mostly is more than water being expelled. Sometimes that happens. It's actually the gas. And it's methane gas, probably CO2 gas also coming out. Here you see the clear bending due to some oil being contained within these mud pools. This is oil. Very tiny, so the Americans are probably not bombing this volcano to free the oil anytime soon. There has been some oil mineral exploration actually in the 60s in the region. That's how we know some of the subsurface geology from it's from what do you call seismic exploration. Some wells have been drilled, not here but nearby, and they found some very small pockets of oil, methane gas, but very tiny, not economical at all. And yeah, you can see all the brownish stains of oil, but it's traces. It's a very tiny quantity. Anyway, so this is the Dragon mud volcano, and I'll be putting a bunch of pictures probably. Oh, yeah, this is a pool nearby that doesn't have a cone, but it has this bubbling going around. This is actually how many of these places look like. Many of these places, like the one found by my mom, is most likely like this. Just a bunch of water and bubbling. And next time I go, I need to bring a lighter to see if this is flammable. Because if it is flammable, then it's methane gas. I remember it wasn't stinky. Sometimes these places stink like hydrogen sulfide. It's like a rotten egg. And its impulses, as you can see, it stops. And then it starts again. And there's many places where these bubbles come out from these holes, but otherwise it's just a pool, which is very interesting. And something we can do for the analysis, I don't know how much they're going to be interested into this, is comparing the composition of the mud here with the composition of the mud of the same geologic unit but farther away from the volcano. Because that way we can tell if the mud is coming from that geologic unit or from something different. And my bet is that it's gonna be different, probably very different. It's likely kind of a mix of the two, but not the same. So what I will need to do here is to copy all these pictures and putting them here. But then I need to select stuff that is not the mud volcano. Like this picture. Yeah, perfect. Perfect. So let's go back to our quest. Any bacteria thrive? That's the question. So actually what we'll need to find is if there's any bacteria. And the big question here is if there's any bacteria that comes directly from the subsurface, because that would mean that they are chemobacteria. So instead of using, let's say, photosynthesis, they use chemical reactions to reduce something and oxidize something else. And they survive on chemical imbalances within the subsurface. My bet is that most likely no, there's not going to be anything in the subsurface, but probably as soon as it starts to come up and interact with some of these muds, then we are going to find more and more bacteria. And so my bet is that there's more going to be more bacteria in terms of mass, but also diversity as you go from the volcano itself to, let's say, the surrounding mud pools. And that is because probably it has more time to oxidize whatever nutrients are found in the mud. But another thing is that we want to compare probably all these mud volcanoes that are around. So yeah, I'll need to do some investigations. This is a big landslide, by the way. I can tell. Detachment here. This is also probably a landslide right here. Anyway, yeah, this is gonna be interesting to do. The other thing is that apparently if Google Earth crashes, it doesn't save my waypoints, which is extremely annoying. So I'll need to re-add the one near my house. So those are here. Ha, so easy to see here. Damn, to think. Now I want to see these things so badly. To think that I had mud volcanoes near me. Wow. Okay. So, oh, okay. So now I need to find, let's do something here to simplify things. I'm gonna take a picture of this. And then I'm going to close this. Oh, I didn't never started the music. Let me start the music again. There we go. Excellent. Maybe it's a bit too much. Oops. Intermediate. Okay. So I have this picture. And oh. Okay, I'll keep it small. And I have found this. This is marked in red, but it's very well known, actually. I found some articles about this. Let's see, actually, if I can find anything in the literature. Maybe this one? Oh, actually, this is something I need to read. It's in Italian, but they talk about it. I think. Or maybe not. This is a recent article though. So let's keep it on the side. Yeah, there we go. This is the article. So apparently So this Bollitori di Bergullo, which is like the mud volcanoes of Bergullo. Oh, there's no pictures here. Apparently, there was one pool in the in here. They are not visible, but they are marked. Except that I don't see them. Oh, okay, no, yeah, see? No, come on. Yeah. So these are very well known. In fact, there is like a concrete structure to them. No volcano, but these are fairly well known. And I don't know why these were marked as probably not being there, or like not reliable. I mean, okay, it took me a while to find this literature, but when I started to find it, then it was easy. So I think whoever did this thing was a little bit lazy. And apparently there is one in the forest. There's that picture that I showed you right here. But then at some point, someone started seeing a mud volcano in their vineyard, quite literally. So this is someone's vineyard, and a mud pool came out, and I'm willing to bet it's right here. Is this patch right here? And I say this because this was, let's see, there is a date, December 2011. So these volcanoes have been known for since at least the 1795. That is one of the first mentions of them. So here it actually talks about how there has been some estimates, and they were saying, okay, there are 25 cubic meters of gas coming out every day since the 1300s. So there must be a reservoir of at least 5 million cubic meters of gas, methane gas. So during World War II, the fascists actually did some sondaggi is no, I didn't want to do that. Yes, I want to erase the fascists, but not erase the text. And the fascists did these surveys to trying to find the reservoir. And instead, apparently, they started using the clay, the mud, for therapeutic purposes. And so, yeah, basically, that's when in the 1970s, they constructed this concrete tub to collect the mud. And so what they say here is that the activity of the volcano has been maintained itself fairly regular through all these centuries without episodes of paroxysm, so like very strong impulse activities. And then only in January 86, at the end of the period that recorded the lowest temperatures of the last 50 years. I have no idea what this is referring to. Like the lowest temperatures of the mud? The bubblers, these mud pools, started erupting mud again. Oh, wait. No, these are air temperatures. This is confusing. These are air temperatures. So it wasn't imprisoned. I'm literally translating from Italian. Imprisoned by ice. So it was very cold in 86. Was it cold in 86? What? Maybe. I wasn't born yet. Was it cold? Oh yeah. No, but this is 85. Let's see. It's always useful to check these things. No, it's just people talking about it. Yes. But this is in 85, so it snowed in Rome in 85. So not 86. Wait, what? Ah, no, okay. It was particularly cold. Like a meter of snow. But this is in 85. So, I'm willing to bet that this was meant to be 85, not 86. Is there like temperature records? Bologna, 1980. Okay. So, no Fahrenheit, please. There we go. 1985. Yeah, see. January 1985. It was pretty cold. 86. Cold, but not exceptionally cold. Yeah. So this is wrong. The article is wrong. This is 86. So see, January, it went minus. Wait. No. Okay, see. January. There we go. Minus 10 for several days. Yeah, I want to zoom in, please. So, from the 6th until the 13th, a week, an entire week, at like almost always minus 10. Yeah, and there may be more here. But that's it. So, yeah, I'll need to probably pause the stream for a little bit in a second. because I need to make a call. But so, okay, so basically everything froze. And so apparently there was an explosion that projected mud everywhere on the trees for about at a distance of about 20 meters. That's quite a bit. So then in 2011, this location, what can I do here? Let's compress this. Let's put this thing here so I can read and still show. Okay, so here, this thing situated immediately to the right of the Rio Sanguinario, which is this. Oh, okay, so it reduced until it completely died. But at the same time, there has been another vent opened here in the vineyard at about 50 meters in northwest direction. Northwest, so it has to be this. That was in 2011. Yeah, it has to be this thing. This patch right here. And this is a vineyard. And let's measure. It is roughly northwest. It's a little bit more than 50 meters. It could be also inaccurate. Let's see if the edge. Oh, wait a second. I think I see it. I think this patch right here is the mud pool. I never noticed before. So I want to remove this thing first of all, and I need to move it here. So this is it. So this happens. I've heard of this before for both mud volcanoes, but even regular volcanoes with lava, where one vent stops erupting and another one starts erupting instead. So this has to be the second one, and I want to mark it. And this is inactive, but you never know. And what I can do is that I know the owner of the place, so I can ask. And yeah, B, yeah, right next to the lakes. So these two lakes right here, B is the new vent in December 2011. No, this is in March 2011. So this must have happened earlier too. And it happened multiple times, and clearly this actually comes out of this thing right here, because this is the vineyard. I can see the hills, and that is, so this picture right here is taken in the direction of the valley. Like the valley is that way to the northeast. In this direction, this picture is taken here, and so this is not this place. That has to be a different place. And then where is this picture. Oh, this is the same picture. So see, oh yeah, see this kind of concrete. I think it's a tank or something. It has to be this thing, either that or this, and it's probably this guy, this thing right here. So that's a lake, a tiny little pond, and it's coming out of this. Man, this is amazing. Kind of jealous of having a mud volcano in my vineyard. I don't have a vineyard. My dad used to have one. It's a very small one, but it's not there anymore. And it comes out of this. Man, I wish this was still active. It must have been right here, judging by the road, and then it's flowing down the road. So this road right here is this road right here. This one is this one. So see, it's like this is almost espionage on this guy's vineyard. And this was happening before. Because see, there's nothing. There's nothing here. And now there's something in March 29th, 2011. May 2011, this is spent. And then maybe there's something happening here. And now in May 2012, damn it, I was there. I was in Italy in 2011. And I was doing a caving with these people. Antonio Zambrini was the president of the local like mountaineering association. And I was there. I know this guy. Damn. If only I knew. That would have been so interesting to document. And I can see it. In May 2012, see that there's this thing? This thing is the mud flow. Wow. I'll have to try and contact this guy. See if I can ask for some information. If he has ever noticed anything else. But see, this is also very common. See how these are all in line? This has always occurred. And then you have this one, and then you have this one. This is clearly a fault. There is a fault here. You can almost predict when the next one is gonna be. Wait, what is this thing? What? What is this? See this mud? But what is this thing? This mud is suspicious. When was this taken? So this is next to a big pond. I think I saw it. Has to be this thing. See that there's a bunch of mud? This is a suspicious mud. 1, 2, 3, 4. When is this appearing? Oh, there's a vineyard. Whoa. What? What the fuck? What is this thing? This rock was placed there? Oh no, it was there before. What? Oh, they moved it. Okay. This is a rock that was probably here. They moved it there. Yeah. So there was something here in 2011, 2012. And then it disappears. It appears here. It stays there. What is this? I mean, to me, this clearly looks like a mud flow coming out of here. Did they drill? I wonder if they drilled. But why would they have drilled there? Or wait a second, maybe it's not coming out of there. Oh my, there's no, oh no, yeah, I'm sure this is mud. Maybe it didn't come from here. It may have come from here, actually. But it kind of looks like the terrain is going down here. 2015. And then there's... I'm willing to bet you know what? Only to bet there was something coming out here. Oh shit. It came out again. Yes, yes, look at this. See, this is new. This wasn't there before. 2014, there's nothing anymore. Because this eruption happened in 2011. 2014, there's nothing, and then it erupted again. It erupted again, but then there's this huge thing, and look at this. This is mud that is flowing downhill. There may be something here. Maybe this is actually some construction, something else. This may not be a vent. And then there's this. What is this thing? This look like branches, but this is mud. This is mud flow that has been. I wish I can draw this. I need to talk with this guy, whoever owns this. So this is mud. I'm willing to bet that, let's see. So this is a lobe. No, what? Okay, there's mud flowing down here. There's mud here. There's a bunch of mud, so I'm willing to bet mud was flowing here, here, down the road, which is down this road, right here, see? This is a mud flow, and the mud is different. This is dark mud. It's probably fresher. This is dried, most likely, and whiter. And there's all this stuff. In fact, this is old because this is drainage from probably this lake or the berm of this lake. So water running off. And then I'm willing to bet it was flowing this way, basically. So what happens next? 2016. Oh, I see advertisement starting and I need to make a call. So I'll probably take a long break. And then nothing. Yeah, see, they start everything. Nothing happens anymore. Maybe one here, actually. This maybe it was there already. Oh, wait. Oh no, these are trees or branches. Yeah. Man, this guy has the mud volcano in his backyard. Ah, there's another vineyard now. Or not? Yep, there is a new vineyard. So here, see, I'm willing to bet that event was here. There we go. See, 1, 2, 3, 4. It's following a fault. So the next one is probably gonna be down here somewhere. Oh, wait. What is this thing? There's nothing. And then there's something. And then nothing. Suspicious. Very suspicious. What happens next? I'll have to go. I need to go here. All right. So yeah, I don't see any more activity. I'll have to check a little bit carefully, but I don't see any more activity. And I'll have to make this call. There's advertisements incoming, so I'll see you soon. The point of origin would align with a fault movement pattern, right? Yeah, it's probably an existing fault or some kind of fracture where all these things are, yeah, they are moving along this line. It could also happen down here. And in fact, I should check down here if there's anything. This is just a drainage. Yeah, I should check in the past if there's any activity down here. All right, I'll see you guys in a little while. This is gonna be a slightly longer break. All right, I'm back. Sorry for the longer than usual wait. Um, I I put I put on some pasta because I still need to have dinner. So I may be going every once in a while just to check. Anyway, we were looking at this thing. See, I'm glad that I'm showing this to you guys because there's, I think, an important exercise in going back and checking things 2-3 times, because I don't think I would have found about these other these other eruptions. I should say that this is also active. And yeah, I need to go back to this place, like not just do the sampling, but also chat with the people, see if there has been activity. This is interesting. So this is usually when they do these things, this is a cross track. This may be one too. It's weird though. Anyway, so this mud is gray. It's kind of the classic gray bluish mud. This is much lighter. I wonder if this is associated. Anyway, so there were those things. And yeah, see, one. And then the other one. And maybe some activity here. And then nothing. No. Oh, yeah. And then the big activity, possibly. It could also be that they did some work in here. That's another possibility. Because I'm also seeing this. I don't know if an activity or not. Let's see what we can see from here. Wait. This was taken recently. The problem is that I can't see too much. I'll keep this here. Let's try to go there with regular Google Maps. Back. Wait, where's this? I need to find it. This is... Oh, it's here. So... Wait, let's do this. Wait, where are my volcanoes? Here. Okay, so this is Imola. It would be here, Via Bergullo. Where is that intersection? This one? Yeah. Yeah. Here we are. Ah, look at this. There's even more images. No. There's multiple images. This was taken in April 25, so it was active less than a year ago. February 25. Ooh, this is the one in the forest. June 25, so in June 25, the one in the forest was definitely active. This is very interesting. I will definitely need to go here. The only problem is that here there's gonna be a bunch of contamination from the trees. But it's very interesting. It's in popular times. Okay, this image almost looks different than the one I have on Google Earth. Anyway, let's see something. Can we see anything from up here? This is like inverse geoguesser. So the one that happened was back there. The Mount Volcano, the main one is there. And then it occurred again in there. Seymour Day. Ooh, May 2011. This is when the eruption happened. The first eruption happened down there. Oh, but then there's nothing. That's so unfortunate. No. No, go back. Go back. Go back here. Go back. And see, actually, no, this was a bunch of work right here. So it was not an eruption, most likely. Let's go back up a little bit more. 2020. I see nothing. 23. Whoa. Bad picture. No, what? What? What did I do? No. Wrong settings. The picture quality also decreased. I think. This looks better. May have been the lighting. But the definition here... oh, maybe the same. Interesting. So, the other thing is I need to do some other investigations. So, let's see again when there was potentially a bunch of activity, which was in 2015. This could just be some mud from whatever operation they were doing at the farm. But what? What? Oh, I didn't see. That's an Excel file. What? Oh. This is a dump. This is a like chemical and isotopic monitoring of the waters near this dump. Oh, this could be very interesting. But it's not in the same place. Why are they talking about this? This is not very close. What's this? Wait a second, I have a work email. Yeah. Thank you, Rochelle. You are one of the few good ones. Some bureaucracy at the university. Let's see. Why is that mentioned here? Curious, what are they finding? Lead. Yeah. Okay. But why is it mentioned? Oh, come on. It's not interesting. Ethiopia 2007. Ethiopia 2007. GRL though. That's fancy paper. Why are they talking about this? Let's see. Ah, there we go. That's a nice overview. I should have showed this at the beginning of the live. Yeah, it's right here. 9, 10. 9, 10. What is 9 and 10? Nine and 10. Dragone. Aha, and Bergullo. There we go. That's our two. Whoa. What? What? Wait. Dry mud volcano? No, it's active. Okay. But they did the geochemical analysis. What? This is so cool. And they did the other ones too. Nirano. I need to check this one, Ospitaletto. I don't know exactly which one. It may be a one that I already know. Wow, this is so good. So, nitrogen. See, look at how different some of them are. Like, nitrogen is barely nothing except Dragone. Dragone is actually much more. Maybe because they had a low flow. next to no oxygen, next to no argon. This is suspicious. This one, C, gas in solution in water. There's this argon. Argon doesn't dissolve in water. There's this is atmospheric contamination. But Dragone, right here, has a little bit more nitrogen, next to no oxygen, and next to no argon, so I'm not suspecting contamination. This is interesting. The CO2 is also fairly small, comparable to many others. No helium, so this is probably below detection limit. Some others have a tiny little bit of helium. Helium will be from radioactive decay. And then methane. It's mostly methane, 89%. Not as much though, see? And that is because there's a bunch of nitrogen. So it's 10% less methane than the others. And then C2, C3, C4, 6. These are the longer chain hydrocarbons. Yep, there we go. All samples were analyzed for this. And they did delta carbon 13. So carbon 13 is an isotope of carbon. And if it is at 0, it means that it's pretty much the average of the crust. If it is negative, it means that usually it's if it is low negatives, like low tens, usually that is due to either some biological activity, but could also be abiotic, so just natural processes without involving life. If it is very negative, then it's more and more probable that there is some life form interacted with the carbon. And indeed, these are fairly negatives. Fairly negative. So these are probably some biogenic methane pockets. This is gonna be very interesting. Oh, my colleague is gonna love this, I think. Look at this thing. What is DC1? Delta C1. What the heck is that? Also, methane flux. That's interesting. 2 vents here. 3 vents. Nothing. Wait, what? I have no idea. Okay. This is so interesting. What is delta C1? I wanted to look up if anyone had ever done gas analysis. It would be very interesting if anyone did any other analysis. Oh, delta C1 is C1 versus the other C's. And it's enriched. No, wait, it's it has less. And that is probably why there are the oil slicks at Dragone. It's because there's heavier hydrocarbons. Okay, that's what it is. Where is Dragone is number 9. Bergullo is number 10. Nine, 10. So 10. Oh, they even analyzed Dragone again. Ah, look at this. So it's thermogenic. So the methane is thermogenic, but it seemed to have been in 98, but then it moved up. And 10 apparently is very much biogenic. This is interesting. It's very good that they also measured back in 98. 9, 10. Where is 9 and 10 here? 10, 9. See, 9 is weird. It's not clustered with anything else. 13 is close. But 9, Dragone is weird. Ah. And look at these things. They also plot along a line. 9, Dragone doesn't. Dragone is very weird, apparently. I need to read this paper. This is gonna be so interesting. Nah, never mind. I'll just save it. This is good. And I'll have to go through all the references too. There's this one. Okay. Let's look at them, actually. But after I check my path. All right. 7:30 in 7-8 minutes. Need to check again. Okay. Okay, so this is the first paper that is interesting. I know. Oh, wait, I know these people. Vincenzo Picotti. Vincenzo Picotti is one of my favorite professors in geology. He taught me intro to geology. That's so cool. Didn't know he worked on that. It actually kind of makes sense. Okay, I will definitely look at this. This is a weird journal. What kind of journal is that? Doesn't sound like a well-known journal, but there is one. What? What kind of journal is this? Okay. Okay. No. 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 This could be interesting. I think this is the paper. Yep. No. Mm. Uh-huh. Oh, I have this paper, I think. Yep, I do. Um, this is interesting, potentially. This may be more of a oil and gas paper, but we never know. No, no. Okay. So this is super interesting. Now I need to take a break. Like a quick bathroom break and then take care of my pasta. So I'll take advantage of the break to run some advertisements. So then you get 1 hour free of that. So see you in a few minutes. All right, I'm back again. Pasta is taken care of, and I also had a break, so should be all good. Now, where were we? These papers. So I will want to set up. Wasn't easy. Let's do this. Mud volcanoes. And I can, because I also want to put all these papers in my own archive. So I want this one. This one is super interesting because the thing is that when I have them in my archive, then I can put notes, I can easily reference them. I can do a lot more stuff. So then I can also delete. Wait, why isn't this coming? Why am I not hearing? Oh, there we go. Music. So I can remove this one. I can remove this one. And that's it. Yep. Yep. Okay. So I have this paper. Let me access. There we go. Thank you. No. Okay. I now have access to this paper. Although this paper may not be. Oh, wow. Come on. This may not be as interesting. Let's see. Oh, look at that. Gas field? Okay. Mud cone? Oh, yes. Actually, I was misreading. Okay. This map is interesting. Ooh. $145, 144, 143. What is that? 143, 45. Okay. Let's see. 143 Ospitaletto. Where's the other ones? This is an interesting diagram. 140. Where's 144, 145? There's nothing. 146. But what is 146? 40. 46? Where's that from? 44, 45, 46. Is this table incomplete? This is a shitty table. Sorry, but when things need to be said. Ooh, this is cool. I was just talking about this stuff, actually. With, I can't remember who. But yeah, when you look at oxygen isotopes and deuterium hydrogen, things tend to follow certain trends. And yet, some things deviate from that. Okay. 143. And nothing else. Oh. Okay, there we go. 44 is Dragone, 45 is Bergullo. So 44, 45. Where are the 44, 45 in here? They're not showing. 144. I don't see it. 144, 145. I don't see it anywhere. So they probably don't even have the samples. This is an interesting plot. I'm unaware. I wasn't aware of these plots. But I'm not a geochemist. This is very cool though. Wait, where was mine? 44, 45, okay. So linear 44. Where's the 45? Is it in there? 45. It is in there. So it's all methane. Except this guy. This guy is different. Ooh, this is cool. 44, 45. Ahaha. They are in a trend. Helium enrichment in the crust. Okay. Okay. What is ASW? I'm familiar with that term. Let's see. ASW. Air saturated water. Okay. Okay. So it's water that is interacting with the atmosphere. That's cool. That's cool. And wow, this is big paper. So it's basically getting enriched. Interesting. And they are pretty much on a trend. So nothing special. This is water that was in equilibrium with the atmosphere. And after staying in the crust for a while, it got enriched. And there's next to no metamorphism, because otherwise there will be more nitrogen. And 44, which is Dragone, is more evolved than 45, which is Bergullo. So this is really cool. This tells us about the history of these things. Oh, and there's some coordinates for these guys too. But I'm aware of most of these things. Oh, there's the deltas for carbon 13 and nitrogen 15. Not detected. Okay. Interesting. argon and nitrogen. Where's 44, 45? Is it normal? 45. Yeah, it is. So this is just classic water, air saturated water that didn't have any evolution whatsoever. Cool. This is cool. This is geotherm. No, it's not. Helium ratios. Okay. This is also interesting. That's a tectonic lineation. This I knew about this. There's another fault there, clearly. A few faults here and there. Very interesting. Is the thing still going? Okay. I should make this larger. I can barely read it. Oh, it's so messed up. Okay. Ahaha. Leash. Leash is kind of an archaic term. This is not a super recent paper. This is a cool paper. I like to read it more carefully. But it seems like there is nothing super special about at least Dragone and what is it, Bargullo, except that they are a little bit different from each other. And then there's this Etiope. I have to put on my glasses, man. As I get more tired, especially my eyes get more tired in the evening, my eyesight gets worse. Ethiopia 2007. Natural emissions. No, it's a different one. Let's see. Let's check this out. This may be a little bit too generic, but I'm still interested. Too generic. Yeah. Okay, never mind. This one, Rossella Capozzi. Capozzi, I don't think I've ever met her. Or maybe once. She's a known name though. Regnano, okay. I would really want to know what are those places. Modified after Borgia. Is this the Borgia? Yes, it is the Borgia paper. I wanted to see this paper. Okay. Regnano. Epiliguri? Yeah, Epiliguri. Okay. Yeah, this is the classic stuff. Okay. Okay. Where is this? B prime, A prime, A prime, B prime. Okay. Basically, this thing is the same. So they think it's along the fault, a normal fault. Okay. I wouldn't have expected a normal fault there, but okay. That's strange. I believe them though. Yeah, classic mad volcano. So they only focus on this thing. Haha. Interesting. Very interesting. Yeah. Ion content. What do they find? A bunch of salt. Not much though. Tiny, tiny little salt. No, actually, no. Sorry. These are ratios. Why ratios? Different than seawater. Clearly different. This is this is interesting. So I can't remember who was asking. Let's see. Who was asking? Was it Astro asking about it? Or FJK? This is one potential permission mechanism where you have thermogenic methane. So thermogenic methane is like how most methane, especially for energy use, is from. It's just cooking of certain types of rocks at depth. Then there's water from the unit where this is occurring. So accumulation of formation water plus thermogenic CH4 methane, possible bacterial activity at 60 degrees Celsius. And then there's kind of a magmatic chamber. It seeps through the fault zone. And then there's mud bacterial activity. And then it forms. Okay. Okay. Well, this is cool. The question is, do they detect bacteria? Castellarin. I know this name. Okay, let's see. Bacteria. I can close this. Yeah, all right. Microbiological analysis of the water and the mud revealed the population of active sulfate reducing bacteria with an incubation temperature 35 C that colonizes the seeps. um, Cells of active sulfate reducing bacteria with a higher incubation temperature, 60 Celsius, have also been observed. The H2S content, the depletion of the, are all consistent with current bacterial activity. Da-da-da-da. This is what we are looking for. Wow, this is such a small world. I would have never thought that one day I would be doing astrobiology on mud volcanoes next to my house, but coming up with these things here in the US, and that the paper that did this at one volcano, although for different purposes, they are not interested in bacteria, except for any activity. The bacteria have already been seen. This is so cool. The composition and isotopic values of the gas emissions determined from normal background activity and paroxysmal event are reported in table 3, consistent with the thermogenic origin of the Regnano gas. Interesting. So the gas is thermogenic. That's how they find it. And this isn't surprising that they are doing this, because Vincenzo Picotti has always been involved with oil and gas exploration. I've seen his name and heard of his name associated with that. Although I'm curious about this figure. This is a shitty figure because it's too tiny. I can't read it. Come on, guys. It's like, how am I supposed to be reading this figure? Ay. Let's see how it is in my... And what kind of journal is Terrano? Come on, this is an interesting paper. Well, maybe at the time it wasn't so interesting. That's why they are publishing it here. Well, it's good that they did it here because I wasn't going there too far away. Come on, guys. This is too tiny. Like, well, at least the quality of the figure is better. Okay. See, though, this isn't... I mean, they say, well, this thing is thermogenic. But see, this is bacterial. The T is thermogenic. Although I don't know what TCTO mean. Regnano is right here. Metamorphic mixing of thermogenic and bacterial gases. See, it's kind of close. I think there is some bacterial activity, and it's probably what they are. So here I disagree with their interpretation, but not too much. Because essentially, I think they say, well, all the methane is thermogenic, It is probably in origin, but they detect bacteria. And what kind of bacteria do they detect? Do they see the species? Also, you don't often see papers that have 3 columns. Very rare now. Even the 2 columns papers are rare. Where's this bacterium? Oh, bacteria. Sulfate reducing bacteria. So if the sulfate is reducing, yes, it can generate methane because they are turning it into H2S gas, and they do detect H2S, right? Right. Where is it? Where is my H2S? Wait, where's H2S? They don't have it. Why they don't have H2S? They mention it. Don't they mention it? Maybe not. Oh well. Never mind. There's a lot of variability, by the way. I mean, look at this stuff. This is huge. Like, you have 320 and 2. This is 2 orders of magnitude variability. Actually, over 2. This is non-normal. It means something is happening. Potentially, this is potentially bacterial activity in some of the events. The temperature is very consistent, except 2 of them. Actually, not so consistent. 22. A bunch of them is consistent, but not this one and these ones. pH is also variable, a tiny little bit, not much. EH, I have no idea what that is. Conductivity, don't care about conductivity. Yeah, there's something happening here. This has to be, so the gas, delta 13C, very consistent. Very consistent. Yeah. So the gas is consistent. Okay. Cool stuff. Deep stuff. And the water is injected here in these 4 deep succession, and then the Ligurian unit. This stuff is old. This stuff is Cretaceous, at least. Yeah, the Ligurian unit, I think, is Jurassic in origin. So this water is old. This water is old. Unfortunately, though, I already foresee a problem. I would need to sample the gas, but I don't have a gas sampling apparatus. It's not easy to properly sample gases, especially when you have things like helium. Helium is very volatile, so escapes very easily. Okay. Miocene for deep succession. Yeah, but I mean, sure. But the Ligurian units are old. I mean, probably, yeah, messed up recently, but they're old. Okay. Okay. I will take this paper. Please. Did I already save it? Hopefully not duplicate. No. Okay. Super interesting. Now this one. Borgia. Oh. Oh, it's part of the book. Proceedings of the 13th International Meeting on Organic Geochemistry. Organic Geochemistry and Petroleum Exploration. Classic. Oh well. At least we can learn something from these things. This is a section right next to my house. Yeah, interesting. So I am right here. But my house is right there in this section. This may be wrong though. This is highly simplified, I think. Ooh. Look at this. Wow. So these are drilling samples. Ah, this is where the plot comes from. That's the other thing. Once I used to be interested in oil and gas. Now I'm not anymore. Okay. The problem is that they don't give the locations. This is interesting though. I'll take it. And I need to do this and then link it. Attachment file. Downloads. This guy. This didn't work well at all, actually. Why? Why didn't it work? Sorry. I tried to mute my microphone, but for some reason it didn't work. All right. Why isn't this working? I don't like this. Why isn't this taking names? Come on. Okay. And then very okay. All right. And do I have a here? Yes, I do. Okay, perfect. I have everything now. So I still need to find where the activity comes from. Oh man, no, I need to keep my glasses. Ooh, ooh, what is this? I saw something. This is different place. I have this one. Um, I have this paper. Oh, this paper, man. I need to do a live stream. Hey, Arduino, how are you? Welcome in. Nice to see you. Um, I need to do a live in Italian because you're gonna if you're Italian you're gonna enjoy this particularly. Um, I have this. I found this book. This book is almost hilarious. The problem is that I can't find it now. Marabini. Where is this? What is this one? No. Pesci. Nice. Yes, indeed. Many doctors in the house. High concentration of PhDs here. Why can't I find that this book? Um, where did it go? Unless it got mixed up, but I don't think so. So this one. This one is kind of hilarious because, yeah. Oh, I um, I had it open earlier, but then my my laptop crashed earlier. So this is a book from Britain in 1795, I think. Let's see if there's a date. Yeah. So this guy is talking about his memories from 1772. These things were already going at the time. And he's talking about these things and the months. And this is literally memoirs of this knight. He was named Knight, Luigi Angeli. Um, there's uh, a reference from Ovidius, the Epistole of Ovidius. Pass sit mihi visa referre. So referre is probably like refer to. Mihi visa. Mihi is my or my own, I think. Visa is, I think, to see something that is seen. Mihi visa referre. I refer to my view. Pass sit. Pass sit. Pass sit. Is fast fact? Fast sit. What does it mean? Passa sit mia. I don't know. Pass passit mihi visa referre. And this is Ovidius. Right? Fassa sit mie visa referre. Latin translate. It's gonna be a mess. But maybe if I can do, it is my right to report what I saw. Ha ha ha. Well, I kind of got it a little bit. What I saw, mihi visa, referre was not. I refer to what I saw, so it's not. It is my right to report what I saw. This is such a cool sentence. This is such a cool sentence. I'll have to write it down. See? Are we supposed to be able to see the paper? Yes. Which is this one. Sorry. You're not? Oh, I'm so sorry. Why? Why is it like this? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I had this covered and I must have misclicked. I'm so sorry. Thanks for pointing it out. Let me write this down though. I kind of like this quote. So yes, I'm looking at this book. This is a book from 1775. Yeah. Oh, and there's another one. Num optatum attigimus finem? Question mark. Num is don't we, I think. Don't we optatum attigimum finem? I have no idea. Num optatum attiginem finem. Will I reach what? Wow. What a guy. And oh, you'll have to see what comes next. Even if you're not Italian. This guy must have been a character. You would never do something. Oh yeah. Yeah, no, I'm guilty of not paying attention. So this guy, in his prologue, he dedicates this book to his, it must be some kind of bromance, what in modern times we would consider bromance. I wouldn't even exclude more than just friendship between these two guys. So I'm gonna, this is abbreviated Italian from 1775, so there's gonna be some interpolation in here. All'illustrissimo ed eccellentissimo signor Dottor, which means to the extremely illustrious and extremely excellent Mr. Doctor Carlo Allione, Professor Emeritus of Botanics in the Regia. Regia is of a kingdom. How do you say? A royal, of the Royal University of Torino. Primary director of the Botanical Garden and of the Museum of Natural History. I don't know what this is. And Tesoriere, I think, is treasurer. Perpetuo So a lifetime treasurer of that Royal Academy of Sciences, Academy of the Institute of the Sciences of, I don't know what this is, Leiden, Madrid, Padova, and a bunch of cities, and another 5-6 lines of places. Like, this is basically one knight who was probably has a bunch of power, was head of many things, dedicating this book, his memoirs, to this best friend of his. He's this bromance type of guy, etc., etc., etc. It doesn't even end here. This is an abbreviation of what this Carlo Allione is. This, and then pregiatissimo, like not prestigious, but how do you say, like precious almost. Signore, like Mr. Signore would be gentleman almost, and incomparable friend. Come on, you don't do this. I don't know, maybe at the time it was more common, but I have never seen something like this. This was, I think they were more than friends here. Of course, they couldn't say it at the time. They would have probably been beheaded on the spot. Anyway, these are the memoirs of this guy, and these are amazing. And so I will need to read this, but in an Italian stream. Because if I start translating this, I will never end. And I wouldn't do true justice of this thing. And this is 116 pages. So yeah, there's yeah, this is the place where these mud volcanoes of Bergullo are from. As with this angel, this kid. Oh, wait. This is awesome. This is the church. This church right here. Oh, this is so great. The church is here. Where is the church? Here. This is the church. Right here. This is the bell tower. This is the bell tower. This is one of the buildings. It's not quite the same. It has changed, possibly rebuilt after the war. So on a hill. Yeah, dot ball, maybe. University of Bologna, could be, totally. Definitely. I mean, there's a bunch of names of cities up there. Let's go back to that prologue and dedication. Right here. Yeah, Sciences di Bologna, Leiden, Madrid, Padova. Padov is Padova. I don't know why he abbreviated an A. Berlin, Basilea, Florence, Gotinga, London, Lineana, Lund. I have no idea what Lund is. Is there a city, Lund? Paris, Uppsala. Isn't Uppsala in Sweden? Like, this guy was known everywhere. Anyway. So this illustration is actually very interesting. It sounds kind of, you know, just a simple illustration. But no. Why is this not working anymore? No. Uh-oh, I broke it. Did I break it? Oh, yes. Okay, never mind. Here. No, I should have done this instead. Exactly. Oh, come on. What? Wait. Fuck. Okay. This is not the greatest viewer. I need to try and download. Can I download the PDF? Probably not. But maybe I can. Maybe not. I shouldn't do it in stream. Anyway. But good point. So this is the guy viewing from this. Let's try to replicate the view. Now, of course, it's not great. But it's good enough. So that's the church right there with the trees. Now there is a road and some hills. There's one hill. So the church is at the top of the hill, and in fact it is. And he sees another hill, another hill. Are there two hills nearby? Kind of. Not quite in the same proportions, but yeah, there's a few hills. And more. That's what he saw. Of course, from the ground is different. And we don't have any pictures looking up towards the hills. But yeah, so this kid is doing what everyone does. So I was mentioning that this morning, well, this afternoon, my mom was saying that she found that mud volcano, that mud pool, and she said, "Oh, I put a stick in it." And everyone does it. It's just, I think, human nature to put sticks into holes in the ground. And this kid, what is he doing? He's putting a stick in the ground. And this is the volcano. It's tiny little volcano. So that tells you that at the time there wasn't really a mound or like a cone. It was just a small thing. And then he starts talking about it. This is just his memory, really. And yeah, I need to read this. And I need to read it probably in a weekend, maybe next Saturday, because I want to see. Hopefully, someone is going to show up. Actually, you guys know him. Uomo d'altri tempi. He knows Latin. He knows Latin, and he is probably gonna enjoy this. Oh, at least hopefully he's gonna do it. Maybe he can help me. And he's actually citing someone. Let's see. Yeah, he's quoting someone. What? Oh, look at this. This is a story from 1692. Okay, I have to translate this. This is cool. So this is talking about where this thing is. And basically they say, so in here, not casually, like by accident almost, like randomly, discovered um, some holes of a certain dirt. Terra is dirt, is ground. Um, 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 that so this dirt and these holes, even when you had the most dry conditions, like the driest weather, this dirt is humid, muddy, and always seems to be boiling, as in bubbling. Um, um, uh, yeah, and it forms some bubbles that then dissolve. I don't know what exactly means here. But then this is interesting. If one touches this dirt, it's hot. It's warm. It doesn't say hot. It's like warm at the very least. Oh no, actually it says and almost burns. So it's actually hot. And almost burns, similar to calce. Calce is lime. Calce is um, I think uh, calcium oxide, like literally lime that they make by cooking limestone at high temperatures to then make concrete. So it burns, but it says I think this is like a chemical burn more than a heat burn. And they say that if an animal by chance puts the paws in it, in this hole, and don't take the paw out quickly, or they don't like rinse them in water by themselves, and then they let the mud dry, essentially the paw dry, the leg dry, they lose the air. So basically, there is some chemical in that mud that will make the air fall off. It's some kind of caustic chemical, because he reference is this lime. This is very interesting because usually that doesn't happen. And in fact, these are used for thermal mud baths. So I'm not sure. Um, I'm not sure how accurate this is. Maybe in the past it had a slightly different composition, but mostly it was warm, or at least, yeah, at least warm, if not hot. This is interesting. This is interesting. And then he describes these things in a lot of detail. So yeah, we'll have to yeah, we'll have to read it. And in 1775, he says this. I was reading this yesterday. If I put in my arm in, um, the mud is cold, and he also measured this temperature with this thermometer, Reaumur thermometer. What is a Reaumur thermometer? Oh, it's just a scale. I don't want to know what this is. Okay. So the Reaumur thermometer shares a 0 with Celsius, but it goes to. Haha, I think water boils at 80. I actually heard about this. So it's yeah, yeah. It boils. Water boils at 80 degrees. Oh dear. So 3 degrees. 3 degrees colder. So outside. So no, sorry. Inside the mud, the temperature is a 3 degrees Reaumur colder than outside of the crater. So it's cold. It's not hot, and it's not caustic. I think. I will have to read this, but this is very interesting. Um, can I get this? Hello, Caramel Koenigen. I am Italian. Yes, I am Italian. Welcome in. Welcome in. So can I get this in PDF? I would really like to have this in PDF legally, if possible. Download. Oh yeah, there you go. All item. Download. Yes, please. Ah, this is awesome. This is gonna awesome. Why Italian? Call it Italiano when not Italiana. But the country is Italia, so the language should be there too. Um. No, we. So in Italian language, languages are always male. Don't ask me why. For example, Spanish is spagnolo. English is inglese. Although inglese is actually neutral, but spagnolo, spagnola, Italiano, italiana. Let me see. A bunch of languages are actually neutral. Francese, portoghese, inglese, Russo, Russian, Russo. I don't know. It's I'm not a linguist. It's a good question though. And here I have my book. A rare book and special collection library. Yeah, this is a cool thing. I love it. I wonder how hard it is to obtain such a book in a physical copy. Anyway, no. I never brought a book. No, this is a book that I was reading. It's a book written in 1795 about mud volcanoes, and so I'm looking at references of mud volcanoes because you can learn a lot from um, historical information like this. For example, now I found this by chance again because I found it yesterday, but then my computer crashed and I lost that book, but I recovered it. I need to find if this was a mud flow in 2015. In NASA, they found a new planet. Okay. What kind of planet? I'm curious. Um, but it seems like maybe. Aha. Oh, look at this. There is that book. 25 euros? That's not bad. What is the condition? Intonso, intact. Good conditions. Wait, either it's intact or in good conditions. Usually good conditions. Um, this is kind of cool. $25, 25 euros is not that much. Probably because I think that these books are fancy. Actually, they are not that fancy. Um, wait, what? I need to read this Excel table. I'm seeing something here that doesn't make any sense. Um, hey, thanks for the follow. Um, what is this Excel table? Per Virgula. Oh wow. Um, this is an expense report. Oh, oh, this is I hate when they do this. It's such a crappy way to visualize text. Um, okay. I must also say that there's advertisements incoming. So we'll take a 3-4 minutes break. Nah, no, okay. This description is wrong. Anyway, that's fine. So we'll do a roughly 3-minute break, so you don't have to sit through it, and I'll see you later. Wait, why Okay, everyone should be back. I took advantage of the break to have dinner. Mm, this could be interesting. Mm, I'm not seeing much else. Um, come on. I'll have to look a little bit more. Um, this is another interesting book. Kind of strange format. Wow. Okay, so these are like mineral resources. Yeah. This is very interesting too. I'll have to download it. There we go. Okay, I'm not finding any new activity here. So I think this is it. Tempted to say. No. So, let's go back to our map that I lost. So I'll have to find again. Hmm, where is it? Allora. Actually, I'll have to indicize some more papers, such as this one. So I'm gonna do that before I continue. Um, this is cool paper, actually. Because it talks about some large eruptions that occurred um, at some of these sites. And this is more of a geophysical analysis instead of geochemical. So I'll have to do, yeah, I'll have to do some research in that sense. Let's see if I can get it. Wait, where is it? Here. Except is not grabbing the PDF. Why? Okay, no, it is. Perfect. So I have this paper. Good. I need to get this paper. For some reason it's opening here, but this is also interesting. I kind of read it last time. So this has to be like a minor journal. And that doesn't exist anymore. Okay. So I'll have to add it manually. How do I have it? I will need this one too that I have. But I'm looking for wait. He published many papers on this. Oh wow. Look at this. This is very interesting. Yeah, see how this is kind of a caldera? Oh, this was in geology. Nice. So it kind of double published probably. Which shouldn't be done. It's plagiarism. It's self-plagiarism. Oh, come on. I hate when they do this. Okay, I'll add it manually. Okay. Adding manually. No. Need to do this. And then this thing, open. Okay, done. So this can be removed. Mud volcanoes of Italy. I need this one too. Okay, oh, and it doesn't work, but that's fine. I can get it from somewhere else. So this guy can be maybe deleted. Right. Which one is it? Here. Let's see. So I remove this. Is any different? It is. It's this one. This guy published a lot in a few years about. Come on, I can't do this. No. Okay, I'll keep this here. I need to change the name though. Bonini 2008. Okay. Then Earth Science Reviews? That's fancy. What? Seriously? Oh, come on. Okay. Oh, this is Assuno. This is the place near my house. That's cool. And oh wow, this is some seismic section of this gigantic mud volcano in Azerbaijan. Okay. Do you know where these things are? There's too many. I wonder where all of these are. Some of these ones too. Oh, wait. Oh. We have coordinates. Okay, this is cool. Wait, did I close? Okay, no, that's fine. Okay, let me do something. I want to get this paper properly instead of the web browser. And then we are gonna look them up, because this is really cool stuff. I was about to say that this isn't the greatest paper because he is looking at these things mostly for a tectonic point of view. Sorry, I needed to sneeze. But then he provides these coordinates, and I can't remember. There's another paper where someone provides coordinates. They are all wrong, except one, which is useless because I already knew it. It's very famous. So hopefully this works. So let's see. Did he get it properly? Yes, he did. Okay. Let's do this thing, where instead of having a browser, I have this. No, actually I need a browser. I will use this thing. So yeah. So if you guys don't know Acme Mapper, I highly recommend it to find stuff, especially if the coordinates are provided in a format that is not too intuitive. This is also very interesting because it provides locations of a few other bands. We'll have to look at them. Actually, I wasn't aware of these, but I wanted to look for these things. And then there's one there. This is very interesting. Okay, so I know of this one. I know of many of these. So Canalina. Let's look up these coordinates right here. I think I have them, but maybe not. Yep. I've already looked them up, and it is this place right here. In some imagery, I already have them, right? Because if we go... Wait, I don't have them? Uh-oh. Oh, did he got erased? I think he got erased. Right. Oh well, that's fine. We'll get them. We'll get them because the mud volcanoes are actually here. Oh no. This means I also lost the Excel file. No. I put so much effort yesterday night in making it, and I... Is he here? No, it's not here. Never mind. Okay. It didn't get saved, of course. Okay, Canalina is this place. And looks like I don't have it. No, I do have it. Canalina. Oh yeah, Canalina right here. I'm blind. Okay, so Canalina is good. Ospitaletto, maybe I don't have it. Madonna di Puglianello, I kinda have it, but I want to check it at this point. Just in case. I may have only one of them. So... Haha. Wait, what? No, fine. What is happening? Yeah. Fine. Okay. Yes, I think I have this one. Puglianello. Puglianello is here. Yep. Oh, yeah. There you go. These are actually mud volcanoes. Quite nice too. But apparently it says there's more. And I didn't know this. And it should be correct. Wait, what is happening? Why is it not working? What's the problem? Why? Uh-oh. Did I break it? Oh, wait, it's the same place. Possessione Rio delle Sarse. Oh, because there's two. Maybe because there's two. So he made two different measurements. Rio delle Sarse. What is Rio delle Sarse? No. I know I'm gonna mark this in green. But why does he put two? Rio delle Sarse. So these are names of locations in Italy. The problem is that I don't think I have any good cartography there. What the heck is this? Cellustra? Are these actually known? Oh man. So I know this one. I need to find this one too. The problem is that if this is like other coordinates, they are wrong. Oh, this could be a pain. This could be a huge pain. No, actually, let's do this. Where I zoom out. Kind of reference, okay. This is slightly different. It's roughly here. Yeah, the problem is that images are different. Okay, this creek is that creek. Yeah, the colors have changed, but I found it. It's here. So, where is this Rio delle Sarse? It's the name of a creek. Let's see. Probably this. Oh no, I do it. Yes, this is cool. Possessione. Possessione is this place. Oh dear. This is possessione. Sorry. This possessione is here. Rio delle Sarse must be nearby. Rio? No. Okay. This almost looks like Croce. Valle, possessione. Le Sarse. Here. Le Sarse. Serra. Ah, interesting. Serra is also the name of the houses nearby. Le Sarse. Rio delle Sarse. This is a very old, low quality cartographic map, but it's very useful. Rio delle Sarse. I'm trying to find if there's a creek. How are creeks depicted here? Like this. Okay. So Le Sarse is that set of building right here. And this is the new cartography. Le Sarse. There you go. It's still called like that. Right here. Le Sarse. Aha. Rio delle Sarse. Rio delle Sarse. Right here. Ta-da! Found it. It's not very long. And it starts with this tiny little lake, which is promising. If there is a depression. Okay. So Rio delle Sarse is this thing. Oh, it's barely visible and wrong. It's not flowing there. See? In the cartography, they have it flowing there, but it's not in there. And the cartography is correct because the roads match, kind of. Here they don't match. This thing matches, but this thing doesn't. So it probably flows in here. Okay, anyway, it starts from the lake. So wait, I'm confused. This lake? No, this lake. This lake right here. So it has to be close. These are badlands. I'm not seeing any nearby. Why would he call it Rio delle Sarse if he wasn't there? There are clearly two different places. That's a very green tree. Right there. Okay, time to look at imagery, past images. From the very beginning. Oh. Is this a landslide or... Looks like a landslide. Yeah, it is a landslide. Yep. Okay. False alarm. Yeah, a bunch of landslides everywhere here. This is also suspicious though. Oh, yeah. Frequent. This thing. This thing too. See? See? This may be our guy. This kind of looks like. It's not. It's not perfect. It's trivia? Yes, we do. What do we have there? Trees. Of course. Come on. Come on, tell me it's here. Yes. I can't see anything. That's unfortunate. Should be up there. The problem is that it's too steep, and this is the landslide. I can see it from here too. I don't know. Not too convinced. This is the place though. I wonder if he... No, but why would he mean this other location? Because in recent years, this also developed. This happens very frequently. So see, it's never there. There's actually 1, 2, 3, 4. There's multiple. And then there's another one here in very recent years. Last year, in fact. Okay, time to look up on the internet. No. Actually, now that I think about it, sarse, salse. Salse is how often in Italian these things are called. Sarse, salse. Is this place called like this? Because there are mud springs? So Rio delle Sarse is called like that because it comes out of a spring, like a mud spring. This would be a Rio delle Sarse, but it doesn't exist. There's no creek coming out of this lake. If there is, there should be one here, but it's not there. See, I don't see anything here. These are some badlands. If there's anything, maybe a drainage here. This is... Oh, wait. What is this? Probably nothing. Probably. I don't know if you guys are familiar with what happens on the countryside everywhere. This, I'm willing to bet, is a big pile of shit. Cow manure, most likely. Where they keep cows in here. You can probably see it too. If I hope the mud flows are not there, because otherwise there's a huge risk of contamination. Yeah, oh yeah. That's where they keep the cows, most likely. And this is the lake. And yeah, I don't see an outlet to that lake. I should have checked, actually. Come on, why is this not working? So much technology, and yet it doesn't work. No, stop. Let's see if there's an outlet, but I doubt it. I don't see anything. Oh yeah, there's no outlet there. I'll need to check this place out, though. That's a well, most likely. I can see why they put a creek in there. They probably thought that this was like a little creek, but yeah, there's nothing. Yeah, no, there is something, I guess, but not much. Not much. Okay. All right. The problem is that I can't find it. Yes, I remember this page. I remember this page. Possessione, yeah. So this says, in numerous groups along Rio delle Sarse, aligned along a system of faults. And yeah, there are some faults in here, I think. Oh no, these are contacts. Intense salinity. This is interesting too. Guardiola. Where is Guardiola? I have no idea what Guardiola is. Let's see. Guardiola, dove sei? Guardiola. To the south. No, this is not to the south, to the east of Guardiola. And these just look like these things here. Yeah, I hate when Guardiola is this, right? Guardiola, no? Kind of. Guardiola is up here. These, oh, here? Is that what? No, that's just a pile of rock. Okay, this is it. I mean, yeah, there's a fence around it. These are these ones. And then there's a bunch of oil, typical. Yep. Yep. More. And then look at this. This is amazing. This is a bunch of faults. It's basically a giant caldera sinking down. These are not landslides. And where is this looking from? There's a house with a tree. And more houses and more houses. A lot of houses. So there's a house with a tree. This could be looking here. Oh! No, wait. Fuck. Shit. Holy shit. Sorry for the language, but damn. I was reading that there was damages to some houses. Look at this thing. Damn. This is... Okay, these are not faults. This is a huge landslide. The entire flank of the mountain has been moving. These are all landslide right down here. But look at these cracks. And these poor houses. This house has been split in half. Fuck, I hope no one got injured. Look at this carp. This carp is huge. The entire lake has been displaced too. Man. Fuck. No, this is not. Wait, is this recent or this 2015? So in 2014 everything was fine. No. No, it's not. This is different. Because this is 2019. Wait, what are those things then? Wow, when did this happen? Man, that's super bad. I'm so Sorry for whoever lives there. This is some shitty ground, though, I must say. It's just a bunch of clays. 2019, 21. Okay, it happened in 21. Did they recover? No, they are not living there, I hope. Because this is fairly recent. It kind of looks like they are still living there. Because all these cracks are gone. I hope they aren't. This is also a bunch of manure. I seriously hope they are not putting manure in the volcano. Okay, so let's go back to, unfortunately, I don't have anything in 2015. I do have something in 2014. That probably was too early. Okay, I need to find it. I'm really curious where this is. But this may not be what they think it is. They are saying oh, this stuff is all sort of caldera sinking. So this house is fairly large with a tree next to it. It's not this one. That tree is kind of characteristic. It may be this one. Is this the house? No. I don't think so. This could be. This could be too. Oh, wait. There's electrical lines going here. Where are the poles? Here. Here there are some poles. It's challenging. I wonder if this is looking this way. But these are many houses. Whereas this one is one isolated. You know what? I know who to ask to solve where this is. The problem is that he's never going to do it. These have to be probably those houses in the distance. So I wonder, were they looking from here? See, there's a concrete pad. It is. It's from here. Look at that. Oh, that I got lucky. So this concrete pad is this concrete pad. There's a brick thing, which is this thing. It's looking in this direction. That's the house with a tree. That tree is this tree, and it's kind of a square house. And then in the back, there's all those houses. There's one house there, which is potentially this one, and there are more houses down here. So they are looking. Let's get the orientation right. Oh, come on. They are looking this way at this thing. So this is the place that got what they think they are faults. Could be, but it could also be just a gigantic landslide, just like it happened on the other side. What happened here? What? Okay. Okay. So this happening, they say, in 15. In 14, I don't see anything. And it would be here. But where is this pole? Where are these poles? I don't see the poles. Because there are some telephone lines. Ah, here they are. They're very tiny. So these are the telephone lines. So this is a landslide. This is another landslide. I can see the scars. I can see some scars potentially here too. I'm not sure. Yeah, I'll see. That's a landslide. That's another landslide. Another landslide. Oh yeah, very easy to see. This is a nice picture. It's taken in summer, 25th of August. Yes, nice. I like these pictures because this has been tilled already, but this is right after the crop harvest. So you tend to see the new grasses that start to grow underneath, but it's so dry that they only grow where there is more humidity, and it can tell you so much about soil properties, like grain sizes, if there's sand, clay, etc. And of course the scars from the landslides. So that's an active one. And then in 2019 there's nothing. So these guys just tilled the whole thing. Just plowed through the whole thing. Oh. What is this? What is this? Oh no, it's wait. Still. This is suspicious. What is this thing? What? So the caldera formed here, but the mud flows are here. I don't think this is a landslide. This is not a caldera. I mean, it could be that it just follows a fault up here, but it seems a little bit too much. I mean, why would it sink so much with next to no activity? I don't get it. There's more though. Well, maybe. So here it says that 3 houses have been damaged. Interesting. But they didn't detect any activity? And that could be a crack. These could be some cracks, actually. It's very hard to tell. Three houses damaged. And it's not these ones. It has to be these. Some of these. Probably this one. I don't see that much damage though. Well, this is a little bit of a mystery. What was this thing that I saw on the side? This thing is also suspicious. Let's check this out. Nothing. Okay. Good. Yeah. No, come on. Stop doing this. I don't know why it always tilts when I go to Street View. Uh-oh. Wait. Okay. I'll have to investigate a little bit more. But there was one. This one was suspicious, although probably not a flow. And then there's advertisements coming in. Wait. Oh. Uh, well, this is suspicious because I don't see anything. Then all of a sudden it shows up. What is this? I will have to find out after the break. Okay. All right. I'll see you in a few minutes. All right. Well, everyone, welcome back. So, um, I was just looking at this, but apparently, yeah, some pictures. It's all the same stuff. Nothing really special here, except that I was reading this, and this is very interesting because basically uh, these muds are very salty. There's a lot of salt because these are marine waters, and so there are some species that grow here that like this salt particularly. Um, so yeah, this is interesting, but nothing I didn't know already. I'm gonna look at that location right there. Because well, come on. Some bad images. Where was I looking at? So, okay, this road right there. It's probably not gonna be anything. Um, wait. This is not the same place. Oh, that's the other place. That's why I'm so confused. Where am I here? Let's look it up. No. There we go. That's my place. I think. Maybe? So confusing. Why am not seeing? Okay, here, I think. Salsa di Puglianello. Right here. Mm, this is the landslide. And this is that's the place where I see that suspicious thing. Nope, nothing. Huh. Actually, there may be something here, but maybe not. So it was in 2019. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. You know what? This could have been a small discharge, but something that the Wikipedia page was saying is that there's intense like farming, and so they constantly erase these things. That's unfortunate. These are all landslide. Ah, look at this thing. The ground is so bad that nothing really grows there. Okay, so this is good enough. I'm gonna call this done. I don't know why they have. Ah, damn! I should have read this thing. I just noticed that there's a tiny little C. This comes from like a trail guide. Come on. It's the same thing. It's literally the same thing. Oh well. It's still good to look around. Kind of feel like I wasted 40 minutes of my life here. They are most likely referencing the same stuff. Okay. This location here, Ospitaletto, I'm not too familiar with it, but we'll find it. If it is in there. Uh-huh. Yes, indeed. There is something there. Can I just delete all of them? Yes, please. And indeed, this seems to be a location. Do I know it with... Ah, yep. Looks like I... No, I didn't know this. Ah, it's fenced. That's good. Picture? No. Picture? Yes. Ooh, yeah. These are ponds. These are not cones. Still active. Fenced. Fenced is good because it means farmers don't get around them. Seems to be still active. I don't see anything nearby. This is it's very interesting. We'll have a point. Ospitaletto. Ta-da! Done. And so this was easy. Excellent. Done. This one. This one is a new name. Uh-huh. This may be something. Where is this though? This may be too far. Yeah, this is too far. So let's mark this as pink. Cellustra. Which one is this one? Cellustra is very close to my... Oh, but yeah, let's see. B. Data obtained from 1907. Said, so the location is who knows where. Is it even in the right place? Kind of. Maybe. Unclear. This is interesting, though. It's a 1907 manuscript. I mean, come on. Come on, come on, come on. No, no, that's not the same. I hope I can find it. No, okay. This is the same paper that I'm reading. I need to remove this stuff. This seems a very interesting manuscript. Materials for the study of salse, these things. So, seems like almost like a guide to study these things. Oh, wait. This is slightly different. Cited by 30. Huh. It's gonna be a tough one. Oh, this is a new publication. They're all citing this thing, but I can't find it. I wonder how many... Oh, okay. I'm actually familiar with this paper. This is a good one. Wait. Is this the paper? No, this is a new paper. Hmm. This is interesting. So this person, Arianna Pesci, she is working still on this stuff. I need to contact her. This is good. What kind of journal is this, though? All right, I'll take this thing, but I'll have to look at when I'm on campus. I need to obtain access. I don't really want to dig too much today. It's already so much to go through. And this thing which is unfindable, non-existent. Let's read through this thing later. Or no, actually, let's do this. And then I capture the thing. And I have it. Let's see super quick if she finds anything special. She's at the University of Bologna, which is great. Because then I can meet her if necessary. Regnano, mud deposits, okay. Okay. Cool. Ciao Juncker, come va? Bologna, sì, questo è tutto Bologna. Tu magari questa cosa la sai, cioè tu e Donna siete proprio bolognesi. Voi conoscete il fenomeno geologico delle salse? Per esempio, Malaticcio. Mi dispiace, ho sentito la Dana. Io sto benissimo. Spero di poterti trasmettere un po' di salute. No, per esempio le salse di Nirano, dai, sicuramente le avrai sentite, ne avrai sentito parlare. Niente, le salse di Nirano in realtà sono una dei tanti vulcani di fango che ci sono nel bolognese e nel modenese. E ce ne sono veramente tanti. Tanto che oggi ho scoperto, anche attraverso mia madre, quando l'ho chiamata, che ce n'è uno praticamente di fianco a casa in Italia, tipo a 1 chilometro di distanza. Il che è una cosa incredibile. Ok, anch'io li ho viste solo una volta, in realtà, molto velocemente. E ci sono queste cose e l'argomento è saltato fuori un po' per caso proprio qualche giorno fa, mentre ero in visita in un'altra università, perché queste cose sono di interesse astrobiologico. E avrei voluto iniziare la lab più presto stamattina, però alla fine non ci sono riuscito. E questi sono questi vulcani di fango che ci sono, questi sono quelli di Regnano, sono abbastanza famose. E ci hanno studiato tantissimo anche dei miei prof, quelli che mi hanno insegnato geologia a me, tra l'altro, tanti anni fa. E niente, adesso sto guardando questo paper. Ma niente, ne sto... e sto andando a caccia di queste cose. Perché sono conosciute molte, altre meno. Per esempio, questa è una, nel modenese. Ci sono anche delle foto, vedi qua c'è una foto. Queste sono le salse di Ospitaletto, quasi tutte si chiamano salse. Si chiamano anche bollitori o buldur dal dialetto. E... oh, le avevo già guardate. Queste qua. Ah, sì, questo l'avevo visto ieri presto. Me l'ero perso un pochino. E no, devo andare in Maps. Se vado in Maps e poi vedo le foto. Bingo che ci sono le foto. Sì, questo è Instagram, non me frega niente però. Questo è un trail. Di solito sì, sono abbastanza piccoli. Sono abbastanza piccoli. E questi in realtà hanno quasi niente di manifestazione, diciamo, cono vulcanico, conetto. Spesso sono così, sono delle pozze. Io vicino a casa ho le salse del dragone, che sono abbastanza ben conosciute. Da secoli sono conosciute. E quelle sono abbastanza vicine, sono a 10-15 km da casa mia in Italia e ci sono stato più volte. Ehm... Ah, questo cos'è? Un drone?
I've seen a lot of change.
Fuck, e... Contrattore. Ma sta cosa inutile. Ok. E questo è il bello, le hanno anche recintate, che sono stati bravi. E... sì, queste sono piccole. Quelle di Nirano sono abbastanza grandi. E pensa che alcune che sono quelle di... Cos'è sta roba? Un bunker? Questo è un bunker. No? Sembra un bunker questo a me. No. E questo è uno dei vulcani. Questo è che bolle un po'. Sì, classico proprio. Sì, che le bollicine. Ma però, qua c'è una di attività. E... col barbecue di fianco. Ma le foto della gente. E... età geologica... Ah, questi sono attivi adesso. È una storia un po' complessa. Queste sono tutti, quasi tutti di sedimenti marini, alcuni recenti, pochi milioni di anni, a volte meno. Altri molto più vecchi. Per esempio, quelli che ho vicino a casa mia sono quasi sicuro che sia roba potenzialmente molto vecchia, che deriva dalla subduzione di un antico oceano, che è l'Oceano Tetide, che ora non esiste più. E tutto è successo boh, svariati milioni di anni fa. Quindi alcune potrebbero essere molto vecchie. Però, cioè, i vulcani sono attivi adesso, perché se non sono attivi più di tanto, dopo pian piano spariscono. Ma le foto della gente. E questo è un altro, però, sembra. Chissà dove viene fuori sta roba. Però vabbè, è lì. quindi sicuramente si vedrà. Ah, verrà fuori da lì, probabilmente, dal versante. Ok, sorry for the Italian. I was chatting with Junkel, and I kind of like chatting in Italian about this stuff. Oh, Junkel, one day, probably next weekend, because this thing is gonna last for a while. I'm gonna read you this book. Uh-oh. What happened here? Okay. No, that's the wrong one. Let's try again. Yep. Okay. Switch into Italian for a second. Io mi sa che mi leggerò in live questo libretto qua. È un libro scritto nel 1795 da questo tal cavaliere Luigi Angeli, imolese, professore P, non so di che cosa, di medicina e di osteopatia, ostetricia, in Pat Soc Cor, non so cosa voglio dire. Ecco, questo è un tizio che deve essere incredibile, averlo conosciuto di persona. E ha questa mega dedica incredibile di chiaramente una sorta di bromance, non escluderei l'amicizia speciale. A questo suo incomparabile amico di cui fa tutti questi elogi della Madonna. Quindi o spatolava, oppure, non so, suona molto di qualcosa di più di un'amicizia. E niente, questo qua racconta queste memorie di lui che va a vedere questi vulcani di fango. E il fatto è che sono 100 pagine di queste memorie. Però ne parla in maniera molto dettagliata, c'è una premessa, poi ci sono delle illustrazioni, c'è questa illustrazione di queste cose sopra Imola. Dov'è che sono? Queste qua che ho ritrovato la chiesa, cioè c'è ancora oggi, c'è la chiesa sopra questa collina e c'è questo cinno che fa come tutti quanti, anche gli adulti di adesso, ci ficca un bastone dentro al vulcano di fango. Cosa che fanno tutti. Tutti quando vedono un vulcano di fango ci devono ficcare dentro il bastone di legno. E vabbè, niente, questa è una cosa interessantissima che voglio fare. Solo che cioè, è scritto nel 1795, quindi cioè, ho provato a tradurlo in inglese, ma c'è un certo sforzo e ho bisogno anche di qualcuno che stia attento, che magari ne sappia, tipo se ci fosse Udat. Se ci fosse Udat sarebbe eccezionale, perché lui sicuramente ne capisce di queste cose. No, deve essere veramente interessantissimo. Cioè, guarda questa qua. Dico, sorry for the Italian, guys, but I really need to read this to Juncker. Le persone facoltose e comode, chissà in che senso comode, le quali nelle più crude stagioni possono procurarsi i vantaggi delle temperate. Temperate cosa? Quando il bisogno lo richieda e il desiderio di guarire le animi e solleciti non riscuoteranno danno, anzi otterranno vantaggio praticando l'uso dei fanghi anche in mezzo al freddo e al nervoso verno saranno necessarie cautele e difese maggiori. I fanghi dovranno applicarsi caldi e se la bocca d'una stufa potesse vibrar calore nella parte intonacata, la stufa supplirebbe alla mancanza dell'opportuno ed attivo raggio solare. Cioè, queste cose sono incredibili, è bellissimo leggere queste cose. Mi è capitato qualche volta, ma è bellissimo. Poi qua parla di... Sì, vedi, storie mediche. Queste erano chiaramente delle applicazioni mediche, tipo qua c'era un titolo di un capitolo. Me sono perso qua. Facoltà mediche dei fanghi di Bergullo, vedi, stava parlando di quello ovviamente. Dov'è che c'è? Vabbè, insomma, ci sono tutte queste cose qua. Mi serve curo. Ah, curo, giusto, giusto. Giusto. Anyway, everyone, switching back to English here. Let's check a few more sites. So, this one, sorry, still getting mixed Italian English here. This one is either non-existent or inaccurate. This one is, who knows? It's probably some report that this guy found. Oh, this is not like the other one. The other one was pointing literally at the... This is the one that was known. Where is this then? Where is this thing? Okay. This is interesting. Guys. I set my mom on a mission today to, as soon as she can, to go down this road. Oh, maybe it's not the same road, is it? Is it? Don't tell me they got it wrong. That would be so typical. Wait, what is this town? No, this is Casalfiumanese. No, of course I trusted the journalist, but this is interesting though. I've heard the name before. So, yesterday night, as I was researching these things, I found this article. This one. This is the only article I could find. This is a very recent event. Come on, you can do it. Yes, so this is a very recent event. And basically there's an expulsion of mud and a bunch of water, but this mud is fairly thick. Along this road near Ponticelli. Ponticelli is nearby here. Is not that far away. This one. So they say it was found near Via Ponticelli Pieve, which is this one. And I trusted the journalist here. And I sent this article to my mom to try and find this location because I couldn't. From these pictures right here, it seems like it's kind of close to the valley here. And it says that this happened when the road crosses Rio Ponticelli. This is Rio Ponticelli right here. Hard to see. So no crossing, no crossing, first crossing. And then another crossing here. So the question is when it happened exactly. And the question here, I shouldn't have closed it, because now I lost it. Ponticelli, here. And this is Rio Ponticelli. So if it happened here. And this is June 25, and in June 25 I'm not seeing anything. That is the problem. Not seeing anything here. And then I keep following it. And it doesn't cross, it doesn't cross. Still here. Still here. Okay. Still here. And here is a crossing. So maybe they were around here. But I'm not seeing much. I mean, I'm seeing something here. But I don't recognize any houses. Are there houses there? I wonder if that thing is a house, but if it is a house, it's not that big. Here they just show the mud flow. And see, it's a fairly... no. Close. No, stop. Here. This is the place I need to find. It's fairly open. There's one continuous crop here. And the creek is... So this is flowing this way, so the mountain is this way. So the creek is on the right at this location. The creek is on the right. And it's a fairly open field, straight road. So, I mean, there aren't that many places like that. Wait. Yes. Yeah. The creek is on this side right here. So one option is that, but no, there are no trees there, so it cannot be here. So I need to keep following. Up here. Here there's a vineyard. So maybe this one. I don't see vineyards up there, but there's some trees. There's kind of an opening, so I wonder if it is here. But this is very close to the road. And then the creek goes away. Goes far. Oh. Here, maybe? But it says that it's crossing the creek. So I don't see a crossing. So either the journalist is wrong, which is always likely. Who knows? But there should be a trace. If this happened in January 25, it should be visible. Man, what I would give to get a sample of that mud. Yeah, it's flowing down, so it has to be... Unless it's here. Anyway, I've seen this name coming up before. And so here we have a report from this location. Except I don't see anything nearby. And it doesn't say anything here. I've been to this place. There's it's in Tuscany actually. There's a methane coming out of the ground. Why? There must be something. The question is where? Where is it? Actually. This location seems to be randomly chosen. Let's go here for a second. Hmm. I wonder what this is. I don't think there's gonna be street view. There is. Unexpected. I need to grab these coordinates. Oh, this name is interesting. Via Rio Salato, it means salty creek. Why is it called salty creek? It must mean that whoever tasted the water in the past noticed that it was salty. This is very interesting. Usually water is salty. Because there is a saltwater spring. And this is suspicious. Mm-hmm. Okay. Location. Okay. This is a good paper. Except for the locations. Okay. All cool and dandy. This is questionable, but plausible. And then, oh, this is also questionable. And this guy, some of these are probably too far away. In fact, most of those are too far away. And for example, I already know this one. This is well known. Why can't I find this one? Okay. This was Monte Baranzone. Monte Baranzone. This thing? Where is this place? Is it Reggio Emilia? It is. No? No, it's not. Okay, let's see if they are known. Maybe. Ha. Oh, wait, it's right next to Nirano. Yeah. Okay. I'm tempted to say that this is not accurate. Ooh. Okay, let's leave it there for a second. Regnano is known. I won't even look at it too much. I know this one, so I wonder. Yep, these are accurate. These are the ones I know. And I have them, right? Yes. It's these ones. So again, this place. I don't like that there's no data, but there's no data for these ones either, which is you know, not entirely discouraging. Poggio di Monte Barandone. Okay. Wait. Is this the same location? Yes. Let's go forward in time. This is a little bit suspicious. This one too. Oh. Is it just a landslide or... maybe just a landslide? Oh yeah, big ones. 1, 2, 3. Another one. And these things, a bit suspicious though. What's the street view like? There may be advertisements starting soon, so when they start, I'll stop. Yeah, I don't see anything. Man, I love these places. No, I don't think there's anything here. And the fact that this is... Yeah, there's absolutely nothing. I call this highly questionable. Okay. Break time. All right, welcome back. So I may have spoke too fast. I was very focused here and on these things and didn't notice these things. I think they may be like badlands, but it's a little bit strange. They tend to be persistent over time. So let's go back to 2011. See, there's a tiny little thing here, very gray, and a few other things here. Then I don't know, they change, and this ground is being worked, and they keep staying there, and they move. This is suspicious. So after all, there may be something. I will be down there. Oh, not too fast. Uh-huh. Yes. Look at this thing. This is very suspicious. Look at this mud along the road. Is the road dirty? Okay, let's see, where were we? I couldn't see this place, but I could see this. Very suspicious. So was here. More dates. That's a suspicious mound. I don't know. I don't know, but I should probably check this out. Maybe not. Ciao Dana. Oh, and how do I see this thing? Ah, correct. It's probably invisible. Yeah, I'll need to check it out. Let's see how it changes with time. It could be just erosion. Ooh. That's a cool picture. Very dark. Very, very dark. I don't know what went wrong here with the satellite. It's so dark. Anyway, there's these things. That thing. I don't know, I'm not convinced. But I'll be in the area. Okay. That's quite a lot of progress. This one is known. It's the big one, if I remember correctly. I don't know, Dana, if you're still around, but in a sense, the earthquake you told me about and this project are related. And this one, where is this one? Sunset. On Gibio? Oh, actually, I already looked them up. Oh, yeah, these are known. These are well known, very well known. Oh, these are the big ones. These are the big ones. I know. I know that the earthquake was in Pistoia, but actually, by pure chance, I just found this place. So Monte Gibbio is this location where there are these mud volcanoes, Vulcano di Fango, and it was described by Plinius the Elder, Plinio il Vecchio, because there was an earthquake in 91 BC, so over 2000 years ago, in the region of Modena, and the earthquake likely mobilized a lot of mud. There was a catastrophic mud volcano eruption, 500,000 cubic meters of mud, with a column, with an ejection column of 40 meters, 40 metri di fango. Yeah, and Plinius the Elder described this in Latin, of course, which is it's awesome. And the way these the reason for these mud volcanoes is that they exist because there has been collisions between plates and accumulating a bunch of material that that contained a lot of marine water. And now the marine water is being mobilized and gets to the surface and grabs a bunch of mud with it. Then it could be possible to read something about it in Latin. Oh yeah, this thing. This is the passage in Latin. Factum est semel quod equidem in Etruscae discipline voluminibus invenio ingens terrarum portenum, etc., etc., etc. So this is the Latin, this is the Italian for it. And he's mostly talking about the earthquake. But then he says, well, the translation is: due montagne si scontrarono con grandissimo rumore, avvicinandosi e allontanandosi, salendo fra di essi una fiamma e fuma durante il giorno. This is the mud volcano, and the flame could be that the methane released with the eruption caught fire. This is fairly common, and there is a paper that actually looks at which one of the mud volcanoes Plinius likely saw, and it's this one. It's Monte Gibbio. This is it, actually, right here. This is the mud volcano of Monte Gibbio. I'm pretty sure. So I need to find it, and I need to visit it. Okay, coordinates. It's easier. And it has been erupting a lot over time, but this is at least 2,000 years old. And the tectonics of that earthquake in Pistoia and these mud volcanoes, they're all related to each other. Because that earthquake is anomalously deep. Actually, I should check it again. Let me see if I can bring up the earthquake data. I'm curious if they did any... Oh. Wait. Wait, where's the mud volcano? Ah, there it is, I think. That may be the mud volcano, right there. Okay, this is the link. Yeah, there's actually more. There's more than one. And it's next to Salvarola Terme. It's probably there's Terme because there's some water coming out. Some water, probably some sulfur-rich water. And maybe I already have it actually. Monte Gibbio. Yeah, it's the very first one I added yesterday night. My memory is horrible. But the... so yeah, it seems to be relatively tiny. Not very large. But there is one there. And it's a nice volcanic cone. However, I must say that this website has more than one. There we go. So yeah, that's the one. Oh. Oh no, come on. Don't tell me the array. No. Why do they do that? No. Poor mud volcano. I think they plowed the volcano. See this stuff? This material is suspiciously white. Yeah. See this? I bet there used to be a mud volcano right there. And then they plowed it. And yeah, my mom then, I was telling Junkel how my mom today told me, oh, actually there's a mud volcano right next to our house. It's like, now to think that, oh man, every time I went back home, there was a mud volcano right there to check out. Damn it. I don't see any activity. Why aren't they working this area? That's suspicious. Oh, maybe it's a landslide. This could be a landslide too. So yeah, this is the main volcano. Is this another one? Oh, these may be more. These things, these patches. These could be more volcanoes. Ooh. Oh. No, there was a lake. Oh. Yeah, there's something here. This is suspicious. And then they just let it overgrow. Oh, look at this. It's a big drain. Oh, you know what happened here? Most likely the lake drained kind of catastrophically and eroded the bank. Yeah. No, this is just a bunch of clay. Don't think it's the mud volcano. Man, but think about this. Like, this mud volcano was seen by someone over 2000 years ago, and this guy wrote about it. And now we can see it again. To me, this is mind-blowing. Nah, there's no street view. That's unfortunate. There's pictures. So, oh, come on. Why? I don't know why this website never works. It's only half of the time. Nothing. It really doesn't work. Okay. So this one is very much real. Oof, getting tired. This has been a very long day. All right, thank you, Astro. Always appreciate the lurks. Have a good night. So, no. Got this mixed up. Come on. Okay. Yeah, so the earthquake was 52 kilometers deep. And fault plane solution, nothing. Yeah, it was right there. And yeah, they are all compressional. Right here, a bunch of extension here. Would be so interesting to see the fault plane solution. And I mean, someone manually reviewed this. But no fault plane solution. And Yeah, I was probably felt a little bit more in this region due to this is probably local amplification effects, and here of course, and yeah, and here, yeah, these are peak ground velocities, peak ground acceleration, fairly similar. Yeah. My parents didn't feel anything. Like when I asked, I was like, "What earthquake?" What? Seriously? What? No, come on. Poor, poor mapper. Here is. Okay. Ah, yes, yes. Here they are. Where is this though? Yeah, too far away. Not interested. Where's the paper? Too far. This one is also probably too far. I think these ones are all too far. Okay. This guy probably. Also way too far. Yeah, very, very far away. This is Parma, actually. These rivers are interesting. Look at these guys. These are... So these rivers are how they used to look like. How most rivers, at least in northern Italy, used to look like. A lot of like big gravel bars all over the place. This is how rivers should look like. See? Extraction of gravel. But for some reason it doesn't really affect the bed too much. It does affect it a little bit, but not dramatically. Compare it, for example, to rivers here. The river next to my house used to look very different. Let's see if I can... Yep. This is it. Look at this river now. It's all narrow, tiny. But if you notice, there's this big area right here, this forested area. This is the old riverbed. This river got much smaller compared to what it used to be. This is an image taken in 1954 by plane. Look at how large was the river. The river used to be just like the rivers on the other side of the region. It was huge. And there are pictures from the ground where this river is huge all over the place. See, even here. Everything was so different back there. Look at the fields. The fields are all the crops are all in very narrow strips because that's what they used to do back in the day. And yeah, the river was huge. So look at this, and then I'm gonna turn it off. Compare it to now, it's so tiny. And this is due to the fact that there has been extraction of gravel. This is an old quarry. Extraction of gravel in multiple places, especially here, and right here. It's still going actually right now. Look at all the machinery. So robbing the river of gravel, but also dams. Dams are one of the worst invention, or one of the worst constructions that they put here. Dams can be really good in certain places, but not here. Here was a horrible idea. And you can see the water pooling clearly, and then the river here cuts into the ground. This is exceptionally bad. I wish they would just go back and remove all these things, because the river in later years, since gravel extraction has been going down, especially upstream right here, has recovered a lot. It didn't used to look like this, and in fact you can kind of tell it's hitting into the crops. Like it's heating the road sometimes, but this is how it used to be. So it's kind of slowly taking back the land that was robbed from it, really. And you can see it actually here. Look at all these green dots. There's so many of these potential mud volcanoes. And yeah, look at this. This is now, but it wasn't like this many years ago. It was tiny. So it's recovering. And I really like this. Finally, the river is catching back up. And this happened all in very recent years, actually. Right? Yeah, basically the last 2-3 years. Lots of erosion. And I think it's slowly going to march down, and eventually is gonna grab back everything. It's gonna take decades probably to entirely recover, but it's gonna happen. Anyway, there's one more location that I need to check out, but I also think that, I mean, this one is nice, but too far away. And I think this is also too far away. Like I cannot tell from the coordinates. It's in Reggio Emilia or Parma, actually. Not working? No. This is it. Yep. Nice. It's literally in someone's backyard. Wow. Oh, yep, yep. Right next to each other. Yeah, so... yeah, this is it. These are all the locations. There was another list that I had right here. So, Rivalta, Torre, Casola, Corciola, I found them. Ospregnano, I found it. Ospitaletto, I found it, right? Ospitaletto. This Corporeno is still missing. So I need to find a few ones that may not exist at all. The locations are all bogus. They don't exist. So one of them is supposed to be... Ooh, what is this thing? Why is it red? Is this some kind of flower? No. No, this is the ground. This is cool. I never noticed this. Yeah, this is not normal. Why is it so red? Is there like a fire? What is going on? Come on. What is happening? Okay, I should probably close this. I think it was about to crash. Nope. That's my map, volcano. Super close to my house. Right here. There's probably two, actually. And they're not really volcanoes. 1 year, 1 year. 1 and 1. Found by my mom. Maybe 1 year too. Who knows? Can't wait to be back in just over a month. So, where were we? The red ground. Why is it so red? When did it become so red? Yeah, see? Must be some flower. I'm willing to bet it's sunflower. No images from the ground. Okay. So there's 3 places I need to check out. One is here, and I already told my parents ask around. It should be roughly in this area, but the location may be completely wrong. It could be all the way up here in the hills. And this imagery is absolutely horrible. It looks so dark. Why? I have no idea what happened here, but something went really wrong. Stagno dei Calanchi. Yes, please. Nothing. So there's this sanctuary. This kind of famous. I visited it many years ago. Many, many, many years ago. And I don't know what is the origin of the name, but this name could be interpreted Sette Fonti as 7 springs, but there are no springs. So I wonder if this is because there used to be something. It's really beautiful, gorgeous place. Ooh, nice. Old houses. Wow. So beautiful. To think that a long time ago someone lived here. Probably someone was born here. Probably also died here. Now there's nothing. Ooh, nice. This is a nice picture. Man, I can't wait to be back. Every time I want to go back more. Ah, yes, right. There's also this road. This is a famous thing. Okay, anyway. So one there. One somewhere that probably in Imola that probably doesn't exist. It will be here. I doubt. It exists. And then something up here. And so to find those places, I have to look back at these ancient cartography. The quality is like absolutely horrible. But it works. Because if we follow this thing, if we follow it, where was it? There's something called Bubano. Should be here somewhere. I found it. Here. Casa Bubano. Right here. So that those houses still exist. Oops. It's these houses. And apparently there was a mud volcano here. There may still be a mud volcano here. The question is where exactly? There's some suspicious things here and there. So to find it, where am I? Here. Sasso Nero, Sasso Leone. Man, today I just found out something. Well, anyway, won't even say it. My brain is still processing the thing a little bit. The brother of someone I know very well murdered his wife. So that happened. So this wait, this is the group of houses, right? Urbano. No, wait. And maybe it's still called like that. Bubano, right here. Rio Bubano. I'm trying to see if there's anything reported in map. I'm not seeing it. So this may not be active anymore. There's something here, but I don't think it's my mud volcano. It may be something that was reported historically, so not active anymore. So that's why I need to go through those books. The old books. This thing right here, but I don't think that's it. So it's yeah, still a mystery. And I already looked it up. I can look it up again. No, the only thing that comes up is Nirano. Wait, what? I read something really weird. It's a different Bubano. Wait, why did I go here then? That's not the same place. Why was I taken here? Yeah. But there is a Bubano. Uh-huh. But where is this? Oasi naturalistica di Bubano. No. Hmm. Oh, come on, I can't leave it now. So, Imola, Casalfiumanese. Where is this Bubano? Never heard of it. What? Uh-huh. So it's not here. It's actually in the... It's here. Interesting. Why wasn't it showing on Google Maps? I have no idea. So maybe it's not up here, it's down here. But no, it's... No. It can't be. Because that is clearly... I have a Casa Bubano. And this is a town. So... There has to be some truth to this. Why would they specifically reference a place that actually exists, which is this? So, Casa Bubano, question mark. So, there has to have happened something. It's likely not active anymore. But it was probably active at some point. Okay, I'm tired. I need to leave. So I'm gonna be calling this a night.